Chapter 3861. Even though Lin Yi had consumed a foundation-building pill that had no side effects, if he did not cultivate diligently, it would still cause his strength to be unstable. After all, there was a huge difference between experts of the same level. The reason why Lin Yi was so far ahead was because of his hard work. While Lin Yi was cultivating diligently in the space within the Jade Pendant, accumulating his foundation for his next breakthrough, what he did not know was that the two most troublesome enemies he was facing had met. After being snubbed at the Flower Mist residence, just as Shangguan Tianhua had predicted, the Southern Heaven Gate did not give up just like that. Although there were not many important figures that could help him put pressure on Hong Zhong, Shangguan Tianhua was not the only one in the Soaring Sky Pavilion. For example, one of the members of the Elders' Council of the Three Great Pavilions, the third elder of the Soaring Pavilion, Xu Yuanjing, also had the ability to do so. This time, the Southern Sky Gate did not visit Xu Yuanjing alone like he did with Shanghai Tianhua. After all, Xu Yuanjing was different from Shanghai Tianhua. Although he was also one of the few big shots in the Soaring Pavilion, he was only the third elder, not the pavilion master. Shanghai Tianhua was undoubtedly the leader of the Soaring Pavilion. If the Southern Sky Gate visited him, no one would be able to find any fault with him. However, if he visited Xu Yuanjing alone, it would be easy for people to think that he was siding with someone else. However, this did not stop him from asking for help from Xu Yuanjing, the third elder of the Soaring Pavilion, because Xu Yuanjing had a well-known spokesperson, his grandson, Xu Lingchong. Through young master Xu Lingchong's words, the South Heaven Gate could also achieve its goal without taking any unnecessary risks. The place where the Southern Sky Gate and Xu Lingchong had agreed to meet. It was the #1 restaurant in the Soaring Pavilion, the Hualan residence. Young Master Xu, aren't you overestimating the Southern Sky Gate by spending so much money to invite him to a banquet? The young master sitting next to Xu Lingchong asked in confusion. This person was called Lu Tianyu, the same as Xu Lingchong. He was the grandson of a powerful elder in the Soaring Pavilion. However, his grandfather was ranked below Xu Yuanjing. According to the rules of the second generation, his status was slightly lower than Xu Lingchong's. He had an extremely close relationship with Xu Lingchong. The relationship between the two of them was also extremely deep. Within the circle, they were Xu Lingchong's most reliable and most reliant subordinates. Basically, wherever Xu Lingchong was around, he was the real second-in-command. As for people like Kang Mingming and Meng Jueguang, who were Xu Lingchong's new underlings, Xu Lingchong's subordinates, their statuses were far below his, and they could not be compared. Tianyu, what do you think my intention is by inviting the South Heaven Gate to a feast? Xu Lingchong asked with a profound look. Isn't this the guy who sent you a message, asking you to help pass a message to the third elder? Lu Tianyu might be Xu Lingchong's loyal follower, and his strength and family background were also not bad. But this young master never liked to use his brain. Xu Lingchong couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He asked this young master to help bring a message, so he should be the one to treat me to a meal. Why should this young master spend so much money to entertain him? This young master is not sick in the head. Then, why is this? Lu Tianyu scratched his head in confusion. The reason is simple. He's the eldest senior brother of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, while I'm the second senior brother of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. I'm ranked below him, Xu Lingchong said with a profound smile. So what? You're treating him like this just because you're ranked below him? With young Master Xu's background, isn't it only a matter of time for you to step on him? Previously, your strength was slightly weaker, so it's not a big deal to let him be the eldest senior brother of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. However, now that young Master Xu has also reached the peak foundation establishment realm, what's there to be afraid of? Lu Tianyu was even more confused. 2 months ago, when young Master Xu went to welcome the newcomers as the envoy of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, he was only at the peak late foundation stage. However, after 2 months, with the help of various pills, he had reached the peak foundation establishment stage. He was only a step away from the golden core stage, just like the South Heaven Gate's eldest senior brother who was in charge of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. Hearing Lu Tianyu's doubt, Xu Lingchong couldn't help but laugh. Tianyu, aren't you very clear about it? I'll be frank with you. The reason I invited the Southern Heaven Gate to a feast today is to tell him that I'm now an expert at the Peak Foundation establishment realm. It's time for him to give up his position as the eldest senior brother of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. I see. I knew it. Our young Master Shu isn't the kind of person to let others take advantage of him. There's a deeper meaning to it. Lu Tianyu burst out laughing, but then frowned and said, however, that Southern Heaven Gate does have some background. Would he really give up his position just because young Master Shu said that? We'll have to see if he knows what's good for him. It's better to be polite before resorting to force. Today's feast is just a greeting, there's still more to come. Shu Lingchong harumphed coldly. Even young Master Shu was slightly afraid of the background of the three heroes of the Nan clan. Unless he had no other choice, he didn't want to become enemies with the three heroes of the Nan clan. However, as a cultivator, his own interests came first. If the three heroes of the Nan clan were so stupid as to block his path, then Shu Lingchong didn't mind paying a small price to trample on them. You guys are always scheming and scheming. I'm sick of it. Anyway, when the time comes, I'll do whatever young Master Shu tells me. Lu Tianyu scratched his head as if he had a headache. Then, his expression changed and he said excitedly, let's not talk about these troublesome things. Young Master Shu, let me tell you something fun. What's fun? Shu Lingchong raised his eyebrows in surprise. When these young masters gathered together, they rarely did anything serious. Basically, they just had all sorts of fun. Lu Tianyu, this guy, was the one who liked to play around the most. Murong Zhan, that blind slut, was trampled all the way to the new welcoming pavilion by me. Not only that, I even made her a new disciple of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Even if she comes out from the new welcoming pavilion, she can only go to the Clear Cloud Pavilion, that kind of trash shelter. Young Master Shu, don't you think that's fun? Lu Tianyu said with a smug smile. Chapter 3862. Ever since Murong Zhan arrived at the three great pavilions, she had been trying her best to attract the attention of the young masters from the Soaring Pavilion, especially Shu Lingchong, who was an extremely important young master. However, the sad thing was that although Shu Lingchong had shown some interest in her, he had never truly taken her seriously. He did not even remember her name. The one that scolded Lady Shangguan last time? Young Master Shu, did you forget? Lu Tianyu blurted out in shock. He had purposely tried to punish Murong Zhan to please Shu Lingchong. If Shu Lingchong had no impression of the woman, it would be too boring. Oh, it's her. Shu Lingchong nodded as he collected his thoughts. He was still not interested. With his status and background, a mere Murong Zhan was not worthy of his attention. However, when he recalled how she had scolded Shangguan Lena, he calmly agreed, that's good, let her be. Out of sight, out of mind. As for continuing to deal with Murong Zhan, Shu Lingchong had no intention of doing so at all, especially since this person was related to Elder Murong. Shu Lingchong did not want to do so. Fine, I thought you would at least be happy about it. Since you're not interested, forget it, Lu Tianyu shrugged in disappointment. He had no grudge against Murong Zhan. He was merely trying to please Shu Lingchong, which was why he had decided to punish Murong Zhan. Now that young Master Shu was not interested, it was pointless. With Murong Zhan's indirect kinship with Elder Murong, with big shots like eldest Miss Shangguan and young Master Shu standing in front of him, no matter how hard he trampled on Murong Zhan, it was unlikely that Elder Murong would step forward to protect him. However, he was still an elder of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. Lu Tianyu was not stupid enough to provoke him for no reason. Initially, he had prepared a lot of tricks, but now, the woman had unknowingly dodged a bullet. As Shu Lingchong and Lu Tianyu were chatting, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, followed by a deep voice, "It seems like I'm late, young Master Shu." "Hee, we're early. It's been a while, how are you, senior brother?" Shu Lingchong smiled and gestured for the South Heaven Gate to take his seat. Southern Heavenly Gate and Yu Zhe exchanged glances with one another. After nodding at Lu Tianyu, they sat down opposite Shu Lingchong and Yu Zhe. This time, they were not paying a visit to a top expert like Shanghai Tianhua, so there was no need for them to be too nervous. The reason why the Southern Heaven Gate brought Yu Zhe along was because they were planning to use Shu Lingchong to pressure Hong Zhong, while trying to find Lin through other means. According to Yu Zhe's deduction, this Lin was very likely related to Welcoming Pavilion. Welcoming Pavilion Master Hu Yunfeng was Shu Yuanjing's direct subordinate. If they wanted to do something in Welcoming Pavilion privately, it would be impossible without young Master Shu's approval. Southern Heavenly Gate looked at the luxurious feast on the table, which was overflowing with spiritual energy. After taking a seat, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I'm the one who asked for young Master Shu's help this time, yet young Master Shu treats me so generously. I'm really flattered. Even though the Southern Heavenly Gate was the eldest senior brother in charge of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, it was difficult for him to eat such a luxurious feast that cost thousands of spiritual jades. It's only right. You're the eldest senior brother, so as your junior brothers, we should be more respectful to you. This way, when the time comes, we'll be able to ask for your help, isn't that right? Shu Lingchong smiled. Young Master Shu, you seem to be implying something. Southern Heavenly Gate frowned slightly. Of course not, eldest senior brother, you're overthinking it. I'm sincerely looking forward to eldest senior brother's promotion. Shu Lingchong said in a seemingly casual manner. After hearing this, Southern Heavenly Gate's eyes flickered. He was a smart man, so he could roughly guess what Shu Lingchong was trying to say. He had long heard that Shu Lingchong's strength had made a breakthrough recently, and had become a Foundation Establishment realm expert who was on par with him. Now, it seemed like Shu Lingchong could no longer hold back his loneliness, and was preparing to replace him. Although Southern Skygate had always been confident in its own strength, it didn't have a strong background in the North Island. If Shu Lingchong was determined to win, it would be hard to say if he could keep his current position as the senior brother in charge of the Soaring Sky Pavilion if he used all his means. Young Master Shu, you must be joking. I don't dare to think about promotion. I'm planning to stay in this position for a few more years, to lay a good foundation for the future. Southern Heavenly Gate replied calmly. In the three great pavilions, no matter how strong the background was, personal strength was indispensable. Without sufficient strength, one would not be able to sit in the corresponding position. With Southern Heavenly Gate's current strength in the Foundation Establishment realm, although there was still room for improvement on the surface, the position of the eldest senior brother in charge of the Soaring Sky Pavilion was definitely the hottest key position at this stage. Even if he could be transferred to some seemingly more prominent position, he would be demoted on the surface. Therefore, unless he was forced to, or he could aim for a higher position such as a direct disciple or a senior brother in charge, Southern Heavenly Gate would never take the initiative to retreat. If they really fought, the three heroes of the Nan family would not be so easily provoked. The so-called direct senior brother in charge was the senior brother in charge of the disciples in the Gold Core stage who had officially been apprenticed. However, that position, not to mention him, who had not reached the Gold Core stage, even those in the peak Gold Core stage would have to fight for it with their background. Moreover, if he was in the Gold Core stage, he would have been apprenticed to the Inner Gate long ago and become an elder's nominal disciple. Then, he would be a person who could shake the whole North Island with a stomp of his foot. The direct disciple of an elder was a world of difference from him, the eldest senior brother in charge. In the cultivation world, the direct disciple was almost the same as the son or grandson. If he could successfully apprentice, then he could be said to be the second or third generation of cultivation. Even if he wasn't as prominent as Shu Lingchong, he would still be someone who had the ability to attend all kinds of upper-class banquet. And if he could be apprenticed to Shanghai Tianhua, then he would be almost the same as Shanghai Lena. It wouldn't even be a problem for him to step on Shu Lingchong. However, Shanghai Tianhua rarely accepted disciples. Ram Jie could be considered as one of his nominal disciples. Of course, he was only nominal and not a direct disciple. However, was it that easy to reach the Gold Core stage? Before reaching the Gold Core stage, his position was still very useful. As for the so-called apprenticeship in the Foundation Establishment stage, such as Yu Zhe and Nan Tianyong, it was actually just a nominal relationship. It was similar to the mortal world recognizing each other as their godparents. In reality, the three great pavilions did not officially recognize it, but they would not stop it either. It was normal for cultivators to form cliques. Chapter 3863. All right. The Southern Skygate nodded in a deep voice. He was very clear that Shu Lingchong was only greeting him today. If he was sensible and took the initiative to give up, then perhaps he would be able to obtain some benefits. But if he wasn't sensible, then what awaited him next would probably not be anything good. Suppressing his unhappiness, the Southern Sky Gate calmly explained the situation to Shu Lingchong. His words were no different than when he was talking to Shanghai Tianhua. The only difference was the tone. Pressuring Hong Zhong of the Hong Merchant Guild? All right, this young master will pass on these words to grandfather without changing a single word. However, whether or not he will agree to help is not something that you and I can decide. Eldest senior brother, you understand as well, right? Shu Lingchong had a playful expression as he curled his lips. Of course, this matter is up to the third elder. The Southern Sky Gate expressionlessly nodded. For the sake of the eldest senior brother position in the soaring pavilion, this eldest young master Shu had already begun to pressure him. He had now completely realized that there was no such thing as a good feast. Eldest young master Shu had prepared a feast at Hongmen for him today. Then, apart from this matter, does eldest senior brother have any other matters that you need help with? I would be more than happy to oblige. Shu Lingchong pretended to be polite. As long as the Southern Sky Gate asked him for more things, it would mean that he would have more leverage over them, which would increase his chances of forcing them to lower their heads. The Southern Sky Gate gave Yu Zhe a look. Yu Zhe immediately nodded and said, "Young Master Shu, there's one more thing I need your help with. It's the same thing from last time. We want to know if Lin is hiding in the welcoming pavilion." "Lin didn't I bring you to see him last time?" Shu Lingchong frowned. Last time, he thought the Lin this guy was looking for was Lin Yi. He thought it would be less troublesome to get someone else to do the dirty work. However, it turned out to be a complete waste of effort. "Young Master Shu, the newcomer from the Blue Cloud Pavilion, Lin Yi, that you brought me to see last time is indeed not Lin. However, this doesn't eliminate the suspicion of others. Especially those newcomers from Soaring Sky Pavilion and Profound Secrets Pavilion," Yu Zhe answered. Last time, when he was appraising Lin Yi, he also took the opportunity to observe the other new disciples of the Clear Cloud Pavilion, but none of them matched Lin Yi's description. Initially, he planned to observe the new disciples of the Soaring Sky Pavilion and Profound Pavilion as well, but he didn't expect that after Hu Yunfeng brought him away, she would immediately turn hostile and kick him out. Now that he thought about it, it was probably because young Master Shu was unhappy that he had made a wasted trip. Hu Yunfeng was observant, and in order to curry favor with young Master Shu, he naturally wouldn't be nice to him. After eliminating the suspicion of the newcomer of Blue Cloud Pavilion, the newcomers from the Soaring Sky Pavilion and the Mysterious Pavilion also became a lot more suspicious. Although the old men did not seem very likely, there were exceptions. "You mean, you want to go to the Welcoming Pavilion to investigate again?" Shu Lingchong looked a little impatient. Since Lin Yi was not the Lin that this guy mentioned, then this kind of thing did not benefit him at all. He did not have the patience to continue wasting time with a small character like Yu Zhe. "That's right, this matter is very important to us. Please help us, young Master Shu." Yu Zhe looked sincere. He loudly requested. "If that's the case." Shu Lingchong looked at the expressionless Southern Sky Gate, then said, "Since eldest senior brother has appeared, this young master will definitely help you with this small matter. This young master will write a letter to Hu Yunfeng. After you go there, ask him to try his best to cooperate with you. Also, you can ask Kang Mingming for help. He should have a better understanding of the newcomers." "Thank you, young Master Shu," Yu Zhe hurriedly said gratefully. Southern Sky Gate stood up and cupped his hands towards Shu Lingchong. He cupped his hands towards Shu Lingchong and said, "Since the discussion is over, if young Master Shu has nothing else, then I will take my leave first. Eldest senior brother, take care. I won't see you out." Shu Lingchong nodded calmly. Seeing that Southern Sky Gate and Yu Zhe left, Lu Tianyu, who was at the side, said, "Why do I feel that Southern Sky Gate is stubborn and doesn't want to give in to you, young Master Shu?" Shu Lingchong snorted. He had expected this. No matter what, he is one of the 3 heroes of the Nan family. He has some background in Middle Island. He won't give up such an important position like the eldest senior brother supervisor so easily. I'm just greeting him today. Next, I will teach him a lesson. I believe he is a smart man. What if this guy doesn't know what's good for him? Lu Tianyu asked curiously. Although Shu Lingchong was the young master of the North Island, Southern Skygate was not weak after all. He was strong enough, and above him was the leader of the 3 heroes of the Nan family. He even had a background in Middle Island. If the 2 of them really fought, it would be like Mars colliding with Earth. Doesn't know what's good for him? Then I will beat him up until he knows what's good for him. The position of the eldest senior brother supervisor is very important to my future development. Even if I have to pay a huge price for it, I will not hesitate. Shu Lingchong was determined to get it. Haha, then I really hope that Southern Skygate will be more strong-willed. Our soaring sky pavilion hasn't had a good time for a long time. Lu Tianyu laughed heartlessly. Looking at this guy's desire for the world to be in chaos, Shu Lingchong shook his head with a bitter smile. If Lu Tianyu was not his only brother in Soaring Sky Pavilion, he would have killed him long ago. However, this guy was just being sarcastic. If young Master Shu really wanted to fight to the death with the 3 heroes of the Nan family, Lu Tianyu would definitely not stand idly by. No matter what, he was still a young master. If this guy really wanted to get serious, he was definitely not easy to deal with. After coming out from Huayang residence, Southern Skygate's expression was extremely dark. He had initially asked Shu Lingchong to pass on a message, but he had been led by the nose by Shu Lingchong, as if there was a huge mountain on his shoulders. Although Southern Skygate did not show any signs of weakness in front of Shu Lingchong, young Master Shu's influence in the Soaring Sky Pavilion was undeniable. Now that he had his eyes on the position of the eldest senior brother supervisor, it would be a lie to say that he did not feel pressured. Martial Uncle, when are we going to the newcomer welcoming pavilion? Yuzha asked. I don't have much time to waste, let's go now. Southern Skygate made a prompt decision. Southern Skygate and Yuzha immediately went to the newcomer welcoming pavilion. When they arrived, it was already noon, and it just so happened that there was a newcomer challenge today. After receiving Shu Lingchong's handwritten letter, Hu Yunfeng did not make things difficult for Yuzha this time. She nodded her head, indicating that he could do as he pleased. After all, even without young Master Shu's handwritten letter, Yuzha still had the Southern Skygate standing beside him. Chapter 3864. There will be a newcomer challenge later in the afternoon. It'll be convenient for you two to observe, but I have to say something first. If you two really find Lin it's best to ask the disciplinary hall to step in. Don't make things difficult for me, Hu Yunfeng warned solemnly. If this Lin was really a member of the Welcome Pavilion, then no matter how deep the hatred between him and the Southern Skygate and Yuzha was, as the pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion, Hu Yunfeng couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Unless the disciplinary hall stepped in, then they could take him away. Pavilion Master Hu, don't worry. I know what I can do and what I can't, Southern Skygate nodded. Alright, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. If you two have any questions, feel free to ask Deacon Kang. Before Hu Yunfeng left, she called Kang Jiaoming over to greet the two. Thanks to Master Shu Lingchong's care, Kang Jiaoming was doing quite well in the welcoming pavilion. Even in the newcomers' challenge competition, which was his weakest point as an alchemist, he was able to handle it with ease because he was ahead of the other newcomers by a large margin. Among all the newcomers in the Rising Sky Pavilion, only Zhong Pingliang was stronger than Kang Mingming, and Zhong Pingliang couldn't make things difficult for Kang Mingming under Shu Lingchong's orders, so Kang Mingming was doing quite well. Maybe after a while, the other newcomers in the Rising Sky Pavilion would ask for elixirs through their own channels, and they would be able to break through to Foundation establishment very soon. At that time, even with Master Shu's care, Kang Mingming might not be able to stand out like he was now. But at least for now, he, Kang Mingming, was in charge. After listening to Southern Skygate and Yuzha's intentions, Kang Mingming suddenly rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, Senior Brother Yu, are you sure that Lin Yi isn't the Lin you're looking for? Of course, why do you ask, Deacon Kang? Yuzha asked curiously. Kang Jiaoming pretended to be profound. Actually, I've heard about Senior Nantian Yong. Actually, The technique that Lin used. It is very similar to a move that this little brother knows. I wonder if the two of you have heard of the pill firebomb that only an alchemist can use? Coincidentally, Lin Yi is an alchemist. Pill flame bomb. The Southern Skygate and Yuja were both stunned. Although they had never seen this martial skill with their own eyes, as the name suggested, this was a technique that used pill fire. It was not strange that only alchemists could use it. However, alchemists were notoriously weak in actual combat. How could a single Dan firebomb be so powerful that it could instantly kill Nan Tianyong, an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage? Seeing that the two of them were still hesitant, Kang Ming hurriedly continued, "Don't doubt me. The alchemic firebomb is not very useful in a real battle, but its power is very shocking. If it had been charged for a long enough time, it would not be strange for it to kill anyone." Is this true? The Southern Skygate and Yuja looked at each other. This characteristic that Kang Ming described was quite consistent with Lin Yi's actions that day. Don't forget that before coming out to deal with Nan Tianyong, this guy purposely stayed at the Hong Merchant Guild for as long as 2 hours. Perhaps he was holding back this so-called pill flame bomb. If this little brother dares to lie, may the heavens and earth destroy me, Kang Ming vowed. His intentions were self-evident from his eagerness and enthusiasm. It was to pour dirty water on Lin Yi. Whether or not Lin Yi was the Lin Yi that the two of them were looking for, he didn't know. But even if Lin Yi wasn't, Kang Ming would still think of a way to push the blame onto Lin Yi. Anyway, to him, even if he failed, he wouldn't lose anything. But what if the two of them believed his words and killed Lin Yi with one palm without distinguishing between right and wrong? Wouldn't that be worth it? Kang Ming had already made such a vow. If the Southern Skygate and Yuja still didn't believe him, it wouldn't make sense. Besides, what this guy said did make sense. Even if Yuja had previously confirmed that Lin Yi's appearance was completely different from Lin Yi's, he still had to confirm it just in case. There was still some time before the challenge. The Southern Skygate and Yuja decided to test Lin Yi now. After all, if they waited until the challenge began and all the rookies were gathered together, it wouldn't be easy for them to test Lin Yi under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Of course, Kang Ming couldn't ask for more when the two of them suggested this idea. He immediately led them to the number 1 cave abode at the foot of the mountain where Lin Yi was. Then, before the two of them took action, he took the initiative to leave. With the importance the 3 pavilions placed on rookies, anyone who attacked a rookie without permission would be severely punished. Furthermore, Kang Ming didn't know how severe Southern Skygate and Yuja would be. If he accidentally killed Lin Yi, it might cause a commotion. Although Kang Ming was happy to see this result, if he was present, he might be implicated and bear the responsibility. It was best to leave as soon as possible. After all, he had successfully placed the blame on Lin Yi. Whether he would be beaten up or killed would depend on Lin Yi's luck. Anyway, Lin Yi, that pretentious bastard, was definitely going to suffer today. You do it. Southern Skygate lifted his chin at Yuja, indicating for Yuja to make a move. Yuja's face immediately turned awkward. Attacking a rookie from the welcoming pavilion without permission was not a light crime if this matter were to blow up. Furthermore, they were only suspecting Lin Yi. They were far from confirming it. If they were to test him rashly, wouldn't the price be too high? Southern Skygate could see Yuja's dilemma and immediately said, "I'll bear the consequences for you. Hurry up, don't waste time." At this moment, there was no one around. However, if they waited for a while longer, when the rookie challenge was about to begin, the other rookies would probably walk out of the cave abode and gather. When that happened, there would be no chance to test him. Without a choice, Yuja could only summon up his courage and touch the restriction of the first cave at the foot of the mountain. A moment later, Lin Yi opened the door and couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Yuja standing in front of him. Could it be that my identity was exposed? Lin Yi's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This was his first reaction, but then he felt that it was a little strange. Even if this guy recognized him as Lin with his little strength, would he dare to come looking for trouble so openly? Even if the Southern Skygate personally came, he wouldn't dare to attack him in broad daylight, let alone a mere middle-stage foundation establishment stage inner disciple, right? Daring to attack a rookie from the welcoming pavilion in the cave abode of a rookie, the disciplinary hall would be the first to punish him. Chapter 3865. At the same time that Lin Yi was in a daze, Yuzhe was also in a daze. In the instant that the door opened, this Lin Yi really did look a bit similar to the Lin second in his memories. However, the similarity was only in his stature and temperament. His face was completely different. After staring blankly for a moment, the two of them came to their senses at the same time. Lin Yi immediately said warily, "What business do you have with me?" Lin Yi purposefully asked in a very vague manner. He wanted to test whether or not the other party had seen through his identity. Also, what was he planning by suddenly appearing here today? Yuzhe sized up Lin Yi. Just now, in his daze, Lin Yi did look a bit similar to the Lin second he was looking for. This discovery made him overjoyed. But now that he was staring at this completely different face, the more he looked, the more he felt that it didn't look the same. This made him rather confused. Could it be that because he had been too excited just now, it was all just an illusion? Yuzhe felt a bit disappointed. But whether or not it was true, just looking wasn't enough. He had to see the results of his test. "Come with me. If you don't want to come, you can try," Yuzhe said in a low voice, then turned and left. Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. This guy was just as he remembered. He really was crafty and difficult to deal with. He had wanted to test him, but he had thrown out such a brainless sentence. He couldn't get any useful information out of him. But why did this feel a bit like the situation in a school in the mortal world, where the senior students would call out the junior students to teach them a lesson? Looking at Yuzhe's back, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. He followed without hesitation. It didn't matter if the other recognized him or not. Facing a mere Yuzhe, there was nothing to be afraid of. For the sake of the star inkstone, it wasn't just Yuzhe who had racked his brains to find him. How could Lin Yi not want to find a chance to silence him? Even though it seemed a bit risky. But there was no reason for Lin Yi to let go of an opportunity that had been delivered to his doorstep. He still had a fatal weakness in his hands. Not to mention the fact that Yuzhe was alone. Even if he called the southern heavenly gate over and used this weakness at a critical moment, he would definitely be able to protect himself. Silently following behind Yuzhe, the two of them walked for 2 miles. They walked to the foot of the mountain where the other rookies would not notice for a short period of time before stopping. "You can tell me now, can you? What do you need from me?" Lin Yi looked a little nervous. Of course, this was all an act. On the surface, he was just an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator at the Blue Cloud Pavilion. Suddenly being called out by Yuzhe for no rhyme or reason, it would be abnormal if he wasn't nervous at all. "What is it? Don't you know what you've done?" Yuzhe laughed coldly. He knew that the southern heavenly gate was definitely watching from the side, so he didn't dare mention the word star inkstone at all. He might as well use words to trick Lin Yi. "Ha! What did I do?" Lin Yi's face was full of confusion. Then, as if he had suddenly realized something, he said, "Could it be that you were called over by Meng Jueguang to deal with me? Last time, Yuzhe had appeared with Xu Lingchong and the others. This was something that anyone could see." So when Lin Yi asked this question, from the perspective of a normal Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomer, it wasn't out of place at all. "Meng Jueguang? What kind of nonsense is that?" Yuzhe was instantly stunned. He didn't know about the conflict between Lin Yi and Meng Jueguang, but last time, when Meng Jueguang introduced Lin Yi to him, he really didn't say anything nice. The two sides didn't get along. This was something that was obvious. Come to think of it, he, Yuzhe, was a dignified inner sect disciple of Soaring Sky Pavilion. Moreover, he was a middle-stage foundation establishment expert. That Meng Jueguang was only a new manager from Blue Cloud Pavilion. What ability did he have to trouble Yuzhe to personally help him? "Didn't Meng Jueguang ask you to come? Then why did you call me out?" Lin Yi pretended to be surprised. Asked by Lin Yi. Yuzhe was a little hesitant. If he had been able to use his words to trick the other party into revealing some clues, he would not have felt any psychological pressure. However, judging from the other party's reaction, there were no flaws. He was just an ordinary Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomer. This was going to be difficult. After all, from Yu Zhe's point of view, even if what Kang Mingming said was true, even if this Lin Yi was really an alchemist and knew how to make the pill firebomb, the possibility of this guy being Lin Er was already very small. For this small possibility, was it worth it to take such a huge risk and attack a newcomer from welcoming Sky Pavilion? As Yu Zhe was hesitating, the South Heaven Gate's voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Tell the kid that you're going to kill him. Then, don't waste your time talking to him. Attack him right away, and watch his reaction carefully. Yu Zhe was shocked and subconsciously looked around. After he came back to his senses, he forcefully restrained this impulse. The Southern Heavenly Gate was not in his line of sight. The reason why he could hear this sound was because he had used the 1,000 Li True Qi technique. Of course, although it was said to be 1,000 Li, the actual effect could not be so exaggerated. However, a few Li was not a problem. Also, this technique had an advantage. After locking onto the target, only the target could hear the sound, but the surrounding people would not hear it, even if they were less than 3 meters away from the target. However, Southern Sky Gate had forgotten one thing. Even if Lin Yi could not hear the words he transmitted to Yu Zhe, with the distance between Lin Yi and Yu Zhe, Lin Yi's perceptive ability could more or less detect a trace of a ripple. Of course, it could not be said that he had forgotten. A normal cultivator's perceptive ability would not be as strong as Lin Yi's. Furthermore, Yu Zhe's subconscious reaction of turning his head was already an absolute flaw in Lin Yi's eyes. It was just enough to prove it with the strange ripple that he had just captured. As expected, there was someone else. Lin Yi instantly made a judgment. It was very easy to determine that this person was most likely the second of the 3 Nan brothers mentioned in Shangguan Lanus' letter, Southern Sky Gate. When he first saw Yu Zhe, Lin Yi had this suspicion. After all, Yu Zhe was only a middle-stage foundation establishment inner disciple of Soaring Sky Pavilion. It was very suspicious that he dared to cause trouble for a newcomer from welcoming Sky Pavilion in broad daylight. However, if there was a Southern Sky Gate behind him, then it would not be strange at all. Chapter 3866. As he finished speaking, Yu Zhe didn't give Lin Yi any chance to react. Sword Qi instantly gathered in his hand and he used the 21st form of the fatal consecutive sword. To a normal early-stage foundation establishment expert, this move was enough to kill him. Lin Yi was shocked. Although he had sensed the existence of the Southern Sky Gate, he had no idea what the Southern Sky Gate had said to Yu Zhe. Who knew that Yu Zhe would suddenly attack him like a madman, and it seemed like he really wanted to kill him. Knowing that there was an expert like the Southern Sky Gate watching from afar, Lin Yi had a hard time figuring out how to deal with it. If it was just facing Yu Zhe, Lin Yi wouldn't be in a difficult position. He had a high chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. Even if his identity was exposed, it didn't matter. After all, even if he couldn't kill him, he still had a fatal weakness in his hands. But now, Lin Yi didn't dare to expose his identity. Once he confirmed that Lin Yi was the second Lin they were looking for, who knew if the Southern Sky Gate would jump out and slap him to death, Lin Yi didn't have the chance to condense a super true Qi bomb, so he had no way of dealing with the Southern Sky Gate, a peak foundation establishment expert. If it really came to that, Lin Yi could only reveal Yu Zhe's fatal weakness of murdering his master. But if that happened, Yu Zhe, the rebellious disciple, would definitely die. But whether or not Lin Yi could survive would depend on the Southern Sky Gate. Maybe the Southern Sky Gate would let him go, or maybe the Southern Sky Gate would take care of him as well. Life or death, it all depended on the other party's decision. Plus, the Southern Sky Gate would also be suspicious. Where did he get the video? Why was he there? Lin Yi's reaction wasn't slow. The moment Yu Zhe made his move, he made a decision. Continue pretending. Since Yu Zhe made his move, he just had to dodge. Unless he really had no other choice, otherwise, for Lin Yi, if he were to use his true strength at this time and expose his identity, things would be really troublesome. Relying on his instincts, Lin Yi narrowly avoided Yu Zhe's swift and fierce sword energy, his figure appearing to be rather strained. However, after Yu Zhe's attack missed, he did not give up. He immediately raised his hand and used the 21st form of the fatal chainsword. This time, Lin Yi was forced into an extremely sorry state. Although he successfully dodged the attack once again, his right arm was scratched by the sword energy that brushed past him. It reflected a bright red bloodstain. Fortunately, he dodged fast enough and was only slightly scratched. Otherwise, his entire right arm would have been cut off. This was the awkward situation that Lin Yi was facing at the moment. It was not difficult to make the decision to continue acting, but it was extremely difficult to actually do it. If he didn't want to expose his identity in front of Yu Zhe, he couldn't use any of the martial techniques that he used in front of him before. Frenzied Fire 8 Trigrams Palm, Frenzied Fire Fist, Butterfly Subtle Steps, these were the martial techniques that Lin Yi was most familiar with. Otherwise, he would be immediately seen through by Yu Zhe. This was the most difficult part. Facing Yu Zhe, a middle-stage foundational establishment stage expert, not only did Lin Yi reveal his true strength of the early-stage foundational establishment stage, he couldn't even use all of the martial techniques that he was proficient in. Falling into such a sorry state, it was easy to imagine. Fortunately, although Yu Zhe had killing intent, he did not use his true strength. For example, if he was only using the 21st form of the fatal consecutive sword, although Lin Yi was having a hard time dealing with it, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't hold on. After 2 to 3 exchanges, he saw that although Lin Yi was doing his best to dodge and maneuver, his 21st form of the fatal chainsword still left several wounds on his body. However, Yu Zhe's killing intent weakened a lot when his own fatal consecutive sword 21 forms left several wounds on his body. At least, from the performance of these few exchanges, this Lin Yi and the Lin he was looking for were two completely different people. Words could lie, even looks could lie, but once they really fought, especially when facing the threat of death, fighting style wouldn't lie. Even if one wanted to purposely hide their martial techniques, when facing danger, the body would subconsciously react. This was an instinct that couldn't be controlled. And the stronger the cultivator, the stronger this self-preservation ability was. This was also why the stronger the expert, the harder it was to be ambushed and killed. Because even if one numbed their will, it was very difficult to fool their self-preservation instincts. This was originally a good thing, but for the current Lin Yi, it wasn't necessarily a good thing. Because if this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. In reality, this was indeed the case. After just a few exchanges, Lin Yi already couldn't control the restless physical energy in his body. If Yu Zhe persisted for a while longer, he might not be able to control himself. But at this time, Yu Zhe suddenly stopped. "I have no grievances with you, why do you want to kill me? Don't you know what the crime of attacking a newcomer of the welcoming pavilion is?" Lin Yi panted in a sorry state. There was an element of pretense here, but he really had a hard time pretending just now, and there were many wounds on his body. This wasn't fake. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to live, then try using your pill firebomb. I'll give you this chance, Yu Zhe said with a cold expression. Pill firebomb? Lin Yi was instantly shocked. As he wondered why this Yu Zhe suddenly changed tactics, he asked in surprise, "How do you know about the pill firebomb?" "Mitch, so you really know this move. Then I was right to come." Yu Zhe's eyes lit up. After the previous probing, Lin Yi had basically been eliminated as a suspect in his heart, but he still needed to confirm it one last time. He now wanted to know if this so-called pill firebomb was the same move as the big killing weapon that Lin threw on Nan Qianyong's face that day. About the pill firebomb, did Kang Mingming tell you? A light flashed in Lin Yi's mind, and he suddenly asked. He didn't know if the pill firebomb move existed on Heavenly Stage Island, but in this welcoming pavilion, the most obvious person that could be connected to the pill firebomb was Kang Mingming. Yu Zhe couldn't help but be stunned. Kang Mingming told him that this Lin Yi was an alchemist, and that he knew how to use the pill firebomb. This in itself wasn't strange, but this Lin Yi directly guessed that it was Kang Mingming. This was a bit strange. What do you mean? Yu Zhe asked in a low voice. Chapter 3867. Did that mean he was being used by Kang Mingming? Yu Zhe immediately reacted. If Kang Mingming had a personal grudge against Lin Yi, then he and the Southern Skygate might have really been used this time. There's something you might not know. Kang Mingming is an alchemist, and the pill firebomb has always been his specialty, Lin Yi said with an unfathomable expression. Are you telling the truth? Yuja's expression turned cold. Kang Mingming had a personal grudge against Lin Yi. Kang Mingming knew how to make the pill firebomb, but he tricked him and the Southern Skygate into coming here to test Lin Yi. His intentions were obvious. Whether it's true or not, can't you tell with your abilities? Lin Yi asked calmly. I hope you're not lying. Otherwise, I believe you know better than me what will happen to you. Yuja glanced coldly at Lin Yi, then turned around and left as if he had received some orders. Before leaving, Yuja stopped in his tracks and turned around to say to Lin Yi, do you know why I want to kill you? Because you're very similar to the person I'm looking for, at least in some aspects. That's why you're unlucky. After saying this, Yuja quickly disappeared from Lin Yi's sight. Immediately after, Lin Yi discovered that Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai had come looking for him. Lin Yi finally understood. No wonder Yuja had suddenly stopped. The Southern Skygate must have discovered Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai, and was afraid that more newcomers would be attracted. That was why they used 1,000 miles sound transmission to inform Yuja to stop. Boss, how are you? Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai were shocked when they saw Lin Yi's injuries. They quickly ran over and asked nervously. I'm fine. It's just some superficial wounds. No need to make a fuss. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, but he was glad in his heart. Fortunately, his two brothers found him in time to help him out of trouble. Today was not going to be easy to pass. Who did it? Boss, should we chase after them now? Xiao Hongcai could not help but feel indignant. How could a person with a personality like his just watch as his boss, Lin Yi, was injured? Even if he could not win, he still had to try. What's more, this was the welcome pavilion. The other party would at least have some scruples. Even if they weren't strong enough to fight one-on-one, if several of them attacked together, they might have a chance. There's no need. This small injury is already worth it. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. What happened just now had been a close shave, and he'd have gotten himself killed if he'd accidentally revealed his identity, but the last few sentences he'd exchanged with Yuja were enough to repay him. If he wasn't wrong, then Southern Skygate and Yuja would most likely turn their attention to Kang Jiaoming. The best part was that Kang Jiaoming used the pillfire bomb as an excuse to draw their attention to him. He didn't know that in the end, little did he know, he had fallen into their trap. The Southern Skygate and Yuja were both smart people, and smart people were extremely suspicious. Yuja would not have placed the suspicion on Kang Mingming. After all, strictly speaking, Kang Mingming did not look like Lin Er. However, after what happened, it was impossible for the two smart people not to suspect him. Furthermore, this guy really did know how to use the pillfire bomb. Lin Yi really wanted to give Kang Mingming two phrases. One was to go for wool and come home shorn. The other was to be caught in one's own trap. By the way, how did you guys find your way here? Lin Yi asked as he healed himself. He turned his head to ask Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai. Although this place was not far from the newcomer's cave in the Blue Cloud Pavilion, under normal circumstances, no one would come here. Furthermore, judging from Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai's expressions, it was obvious that they were here to look for him. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai looked at each other and said, actually, that woman told us. She asked us to come and collect your corpse, Murongjin. Lin Yi was startled. He then remembered that when Yuja came to look for him, although the other newcomers were in the cave and could not sense what was going on outside, Murongjin lived in a small wooden hut outside. Even the slightest disturbance would not escape her eyes. However, after what happened last night, this woman was obviously on the opposite side of him. If she allowed him to be killed by the Southern Skygate and Yuja, wouldn't that be exactly what she wanted? Although her words were not pleasant, it was obvious that she wanted Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai to help him out. What was she planning? Could it be that she still had not given up on him? Lin Yi could not help but feel confused. He could only sigh. Women were really hard to understand. They made enemies out of nowhere, but in the blink of an eye, they would help him out of trouble. It was really confusing. However, he was sure that she did not have good intentions. Boss, do you think that woman has really taken a fancy to you? On the way back to the cave, Xiao Hongzai chuckled with a face full of curiosity and gossip. Currently, in the eyes of the Clear Cloud Pavilion's new disciples, the most eye-catching person was undoubtedly Murongzhen. Each and every one of her movements affected the minds of the new disciples. Even someone like Xiao Hongzai couldn't help but pay attention to her. Ever since Murongzhen's appearance yesterday, although her every frown and smile was very attractive, she did not show much passion towards the newcomers. Only when she was with Lin Yi was she different. She seemed to take the initiative. If they were to find out that Beauty Murong had taken the initiative to go to Lin Yi's cave to take a bath, they would probably go crazy. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and curled his lips. What do you like about me? Strength or background? Ah. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongzai were momentarily at a loss for words. Although their boss, Lin Yi, was definitely unfathomable, in terms of strength and background, at least on the surface, he was not as strong as Beauty Murong. At that moment, Murongzhen suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. She smiled coldly at Lin Yi and said, I thought you didn't know how to appreciate favors. However, it seems that you do know your place. You're right. Whether it's strength or background, in my eyes, you're the same as trash. Therefore, I advise you to be more sensible and make a wise choice. This beauty's patience is not that good. Choice? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Lady Murong, I've already made it very clear. Well water does not interfere with river water. This is my choice. Chapter 3868. Looking at Murongzhen's back, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongzai looked at each other. Although Lin Yi had reminded them to keep their distance from Murongzhen yesterday, they had already guessed that this woman was an enemy, not a friend. They had never thought that this day would come so soon. An expert at the peak of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and a beautiful woman with an extraordinary background. This kind of enemy was very difficult to deal with. However, this was not what Lin Yi was thinking at this time. He suddenly understood why Murongzhen would help him this time. The reason was very simple. She needed him to keep Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong in check. Now, among the newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion, Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong were one group, while Lin Yi and the others were another group. As for Murongzhen, it seemed that she did not want to join any group. After her attempt to subdue Lin Yi failed, she did not directly join Meng Jueguang's group. Instead, she wanted to become the third pole that could compete with the two groups. This was the only way to explain why this woman called Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongzai to help her out. If something happened to her, there was no doubt that the newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion would be dominated by Meng Jueguang. Even with Murongzhen's scheming, it would be difficult for her to compete with Meng Jueguang. After all, she had just arrived and had no foundation. It was possible to deal with a fool like Meng Tong, but Meng Jueguang was the eldest senior brother in charge. This position was not something she could replace. Taking refuge with him was no different from surrendering. This was not what she wanted to see. This woman wanted to control the overall situation. Now that she was not strong enough, she needed Lin Yi to distract Meng Jueguang's energy. This was the real reason why Murongzhen helped her out. This also confirmed Lin Yi's previous impression of this woman. This woman, Murongzhen, was really scheming. Otherwise, she would not have deliberately weighed the situation. After all, according to a normal woman's vengeful mentality, after becoming enemies with Lin Yi, even if her first reaction was not to kill him directly, she would definitely not help him out. It was already very open-minded of her to just stand by and watch. Only a truly shrewd person would make such a choice. This woman, Murongzhen, was truly a scheming person. It looks like the following days will not be so peaceful. Looking at Murongzhen's alluring back, Lin Yi could only helplessly shake his head. Originally, Lin Yi only needed to deal with Meng Jueguang and his gang. Especially since Meng Tong had laid low recently, no one tried to find trouble with him. Lin Yi could focus on cultivating and improving his strength. However, with the addition of this scheming woman, Murongzhen, it was unrealistic for him to be so carefree in the future. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongzai exchanged glances with each other and nodded in agreement. Although they had yet to understand Murongzhen's true intentions, they could feel that the newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion were about to get lively. Let's go, the challenge is about to begin. Let's see what this woman is going to do, said Lin Yi to the two with a smile. Due to Murong Zhen's participation, the situation had suddenly become complicated. Although Lin Yi was still confident that he could deal with these people, he could not afford to be too careless. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he might actually fail miserably. On the other hand, after Yu Zhe failed to test Lin Yi, he immediately returned to the Southern Heavenly Gate side. He told the Southern Heavenly Gate everything that had just happened in full detail. Although the Southern Heavenly Gate must have seen everything from the beginning to the end, Yu Zhe was the one who had actually fought against Lin while the Southern Heavenly Gate did not even know what Lin looked like. Therefore, Yu Zhe had the biggest say on whether or not this Lin Yi was the Lin they were looking for. After listening to Yu Zhe's detailed description, the Southern Heavenly Gate fell silent for a moment, before saying, "Just tell me one thing, is this Lin Yi the Lin we're looking for?" Martial uncle, although he looks similar at first glance, he's actually two completely different people. During the fight just now, I almost killed him a few times. If he really had the strength of Lin he wouldn't have been able to hold himself back in the face of death, replied Yu Zhe in a deep voice. If it was said that this guy clearly had great strength, but in order to hide his identity, he would be too stupid. It was impossible for there to be such a fool in this world. If he lost his life, then what was the point of hiding? What he didn't know was that other people would fight back when faced with death, but Lin Yi had the art of dragon mastery, which allowed him to quickly recover. Even if he was beaten half to death, he would still be able to recover. Furthermore, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongxi's sudden appearance helped Lin Yi out of his predicament. The Southern Heavenly Gate nodded slightly. His opinion was similar to Yu Zhe's. Although he had never truly interacted with Lin he knew that all experts had their own pride. If this Lin Yi was really an expert who could instantly kill Nan Tianyong, then without the Southern Heavenly Gate's appearance, he would definitely not let a mere Yu Zhe act so presumptuously. Overall, this Lin Yi is just an ordinary newcomer. He's just a little stronger, but he's nowhere near Lin level. Furthermore, according to what Meng Jueguang said, this guy is a poor bastard without any spiritual jades. Think about it, how could a poor bastard like him catch the attention of an old fox like Hong Zhong? Yu Zhe continued. Due to his previous investigation, he didn't really believe that Lin Yi and Lin were the same person from the beginning. However, when he heard Kang Mingming mention the Pillfire Bomb, he felt that this move might really be similar to Lin killer move, which was why he was still holding onto a sliver of hope. If that's the case, then we can eliminate this kid as a suspect. However, it's not like we didn't gain anything this time. Didn't this kid say that he has a grudge against Kang Mingming, and that the Pillfire Bomb has always been Kang Mingming's signature move? The Southern Heavenly Gate said with a dark expression. That's right. This Kang Jiaoming clearly knows how to make pellet fire bombs himself, but he's taking the initiative to please us. He's trying to divert our attention to someone unrelated to him. He's got ulterior motives. Yu Zhe was equally displeased. No matter if it was Yu Zhe or Southern Skygate, they both thought that they were smart people who could play with others in the palm of their hands. But now, they were being played like a monkey by Kang Jiaoming, a newbie from Rising Sky Pavilion. How could they be happy? One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. The Southern Heavenly Gate's cold eyes flickered as he suddenly asked, "Martial nephew, think about it carefully. Could that kid, Kang Mingming, be Lin?" Chapter 3869. Although Kang Mingming was the same as Lin Yi, and his appearance was completely different from the Lin Yi they were looking for, this alone couldn't completely eliminate the suspicion. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tried to test Lin Yi again. Putting aside his appearance, Kang Mingming was more suspicious than Lin Yi in every aspect. First of all, he was a disciple of Soaring Sky Pavilion, and he had the backing of a young master like Shu Lingchong. Whether it was his background or strength, he should be above Lin Yi in theory, and closer to the image of Lin Yi. Secondly, if he wasn't Lin Yi, why would he rack his brains to divert the attention of the two people and pour dirty water on the irrelevant Lin Yi? If it was purely for personal revenge, why didn't he say that he knew how to use the Pillfire Bomb? If you want to know if Kang Mingming knows how to use the Pillfire Bomb, that's easy. Use the same trick you used on Lin Yi on him again, and the truth will naturally come to light. Southern Sky Gate sneered. Ah! Martial uncle, That's not good, right? Yuzha was shocked. To be honest, he had already taken a big risk by testing Lin Yi just now. If he had been seen by Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai just now, he might have had to go to the law enforcement hall to turn himself in. Now, Southern Skygate actually wanted him to test Kang Mingming again. One had to know that Kang Ming was a new deacon, and his status was much higher than Lin Yi's, an ordinary grassroots newcomer of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Behind him was young Master Shu Lingchong, and once something went wrong, it wasn't something that Yuzha, a mere inner disciple of Soaring Sky Pavilion, could handle. Southern Skygate frowned in dissatisfaction. I will bear all the consequences for you. What are you afraid of? If you shrink your head and feet, you won't be able to achieve anything. Yuzha couldn't help falling into a dilemma. Although Southern Skygate's words were domineering, the other side was still young Master Shu's subordinate. If they really angered young Master Shu and caused the situation to escalate, not to mention Southern Skygate, even the head of the Nan clan's 3 heroes, Nan Tianba, might not be able to handle it. At that time, the first one to suffer would definitely be him, Yuzha. However, Yuzha was coveting the Southern Skygate's lesser phaseless magic art, and he was counting on the Southern Skygate to help him find Lin Er. Therefore, he couldn't wait to please the Southern Skygate, so why would he dare to go against their wishes? If he were to test Kang Jiaoming, then he would be putting himself in danger. But if he were to go against Southern Skygate's will, then it would make Southern Skygate feel bad for him. Southern Skygate was a smart and sensitive person. After that, it would be very difficult to correct it. At that time, he would probably not be able to rely on the minor phaseless god technique anymore. At this time, Yuzha was really in a dilemma. Seeing Yuzha cowering, Southern Skygate was about to reprimand him, but at that moment, they suddenly heard a commotion from the welcoming pavilion. From the sound of it, the newcomer challenge competition had begun. Yuzha instantly found a life-saving straw and hurriedly said, "Martial uncle, look. Their newcomer challenge competition has begun. Even if the disciples want to test them, they have to wait until they finish. They can't attack Kang Mingming in front of everyone. Don't you think so? If he really made a move on Kang Jiaoming during the newcomer's challenge, then forget about Yuzha. Even if it was the Southern Skygate who made a move, he wouldn't be able to handle it. They would definitely be beaten into the dust by the enforcement hall." This reason was impeccable. Southern Skygate could only nod and say, "That's good. After they finish the competition, you can find a chance to test him. We can ignore everything else for now, but whether or not Kang Mingming knows how to use the pill fire bomb, we have to figure it out today. Do you understand what I mean?" Yuzha hurriedly nodded. Disciple understands. Southern Skygate's meaning was very clear. If Kang Mingming knew how to use the pill fire bomb, then from his actions of trying to divert the two's attention, the possibility of him being Lin Er was definitely not small. To Southern Skygate, Lin Er could be anyone in the welcoming pavilion. With Southern Skygate's power, they could easily crush anyone in the welcoming pavilion. However, if it was Kang Mingming, who Shu Lingchong had personally admitted to being his subordinate, once young Master Shu was involved, then the situation would become complicated. Under the background of Shu Lingchong's covetous eyes, wanting to snatch the position of eldest senior brother of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, anything that could possibly involve young Master Shu was no longer a small matter in the eyes of Southern Skygate. If they were the slightest bit careless, then it could become the fuse of an all-out war with young Master Shu. Southern Skygate wasn't feeling guilty about this, it was just that up until now, he was far from being prepared to deal with it. However, from Yuzha's point of view, although he was relieved after hearing Southern Skygate's orders, he was still a little worried. The newcomer competition could only help him by some time. Once the newcomer competition ended, even if he didn't want to jump into this pit, Southern Skygate would definitely force him to. There was no helping it. This was the sorrow of being a follower. Sometimes, he would have to be the cannon fodder. Let's go take a look at that brat Kang Mingming. Southern Skygate strode towards the newcomer arena of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. Even if he couldn't let Yuzha directly test him, it was still a good idea to use the newcomer competition as an opportunity to observe him. Who knows, there might be some unexpected gains. Yes. Yuzha followed behind Southern Skygate with complicated thoughts. At this moment, He was thinking about a problem. When the newcomer competition ended, what excuse could he use to continue pushing it away? Even though he knew it was a very risky pit, for a smart person like him, even if Southern Skygate forced him to, he definitely wouldn't jump into it easily. However, Yuja never expected that this difficult problem that he couldn't solve even after racking his brain, would be solved by Kang Ming of his own accord. The reason was simple. Kang Ming, in the following newcomer competition, was forced to use the Pillfire bomb. There were so many newcomers in the Soaring Sky Pavilion. Although they all expressed their willingness to take care of Kang Ming after receiving young Master Shu's orders, the newcomers who were able to enter the Soaring Sky Pavilion all had a decent background. Even if they weren't as arrogant as Shu Lingchong, they were still the second generation. None of them were truly docile. Even among the newcomers in the Blue Cloud Pavilion, Lin Yi was an anomaly. The newcomers in the Soaring Sky Pavilion were even more confident. Naturally, there were many troublesome newcomers who were dissatisfied with young Master Shu's arrangements. Of course, not all newcomers with random backgrounds dared to ignore young Master Shu's tyranny. Therefore, regardless of how they felt in their hearts, for the past 2 months, most of the newcomers in the Soaring Sky Pavilion were quite cooperative with young Master Shu's orders on the surface. Chapter 3870. The newcomer who challenged Kang Ming this time was called Shi Da. Although his background was not very powerful, with the help of the elders in his family, he had just found a powerful backer. He was the nephew of the second elder of Soaring Sky Pavilion. Although this young master was not as powerful as Shu Lingchong, the grandson of the third elder of Soaring Sky Pavilion, he was still powerful enough. He was definitely not afraid of Shu Lingchong. As a result, the dissatisfaction that Shi Da had suppressed in his heart for more than 2 months finally burst out in an instant. To be honest, Kang Jiaoming was just a newbie from the common world. His strength wasn't even close to the word strong. If it wasn't for Shu Lingchong looking after him, he would have been nothing more than a piece of shit in the eyes of the newbies from Soaring Pavilion. They were already being generous by not stepping on him, but because of young Master Shu, they had to pinch their noses and lift up Kang Ming. They had to watch this scum of the secular world ride on their heads and act like a tyrant. What kind of bullshit feeling was this? Aggrieved. After holding back for more than 2 months, Shi Da finally found the confidence to openly confront Shu Lingchong. He could challenge Kang Ming in the newcomer challenge without any fear. This was not only to vent his anger, but more importantly, it was also to express goodwill to the nephew of the second elder. It should be known that Shu Lingchong was extremely ambitious in the circle of the second generation of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, and many second-generation young masters were quite dissatisfied with him, and one of them was the nephew of the second elder. Now that Shi Da had taken the initiative to challenge Kang Ming, Shu Lingchong's little brother, it was a show of loyalty. Once he succeeded, he would definitely be appreciated more in the future. As for strength, although he was still at the peak of Heaven stage, taking the initiative to challenge Kang Ming, a master at the early stage of Foundation establishment, seemed to be courting death, but it was not impossible because Kang Ming was an alchemist. An alchemist who relied on constantly taking pills to barely reach the early stage of Foundation establishment. One could imagine how weak they were. Even a Heaven stage great perfection expert like Shi Da might not necessarily have no chance of winning. Think about it, in a highly anticipated event like the Newcomer Challenge competition, if the weak could defeat the strong and step on Kang Ming, the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, for the first time in history, how big of a sensation would it cause? Not only would he be able to vent his anger, but he would also be able to gain face for his new backer. More importantly, it was very likely that he would be able to leave an impression on the higher-ups of Soaring Sky Pavilion. What a great harvest this was! If Shi Da still did not dare to stand up and challenge Kang Ming, then he would really be a newcomer of Soaring Sky Pavilion. Moreover, it wasn't as if he didn't have a trump card. Previously, he had taken a golden elixir. In this way, he could have the strength of an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator for a short period of time. He was even more confident in dealing with Kang Ming. When he saw Shi Da standing up with a sneer and taking the initiative to challenge him, Kang Ming was completely stunned. It was just as Shi Da had thought. Although he was an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, if he really wanted to fight to the death, he might not be able to defeat a Heaven Stage Great Perfection Expert. If he lost to Shayudar, the Heaven Stage Great Perfection Expert, then he, Kang Ming, would really be nailed to the pillar of shame of Soaring Sky Pavilion. People would not care whether you were an alchemist or not. They would only pay attention to one thing. You, an early stage foundation establishment cultivator, actually couldn't defeat a Heaven Stage Great Perfection Expert. Not only would Kang Ming lose face, but he would also lose face. Even Shu Ling Chong, the backer behind him, would lose face. At that time, it would be hard to say whether young Master Shu would still take care of him like now. So this time, when faced with Shayudar's public provocation, Kang Ming didn't dare to fail no matter what. Otherwise, if he lost young Master Shu's care, who knew how miserable he would be in the future? What made Kang Ming helpless was that even if he was an early stage foundation establishment cultivator, facing an aggressive Heaven Stage Great Perfection Expert, he really didn't have any confidence in winning. If he really let the opponent seize the initiative in the arena, even if he had an early stage foundation establishment cultivator's true chi, there was still a possibility that he would be suffocated to death in the end. The only killing move he was confident in was only one move, the Pill Firebomb. The power of the Pill Firebomb was needless to say. If he really forced it out, not to mention the opponent was a mere Heaven Stage Great Perfection Expert, even an early stage foundation establishment cultivator of the same level would be killed in one move. However, the biggest flaw was that this move needed time to accumulate power, and the greater the power, the longer the time needed to accumulate power in advance. Normally, Shayudar wouldn't give Kang Ming such a chance at all. However, for a cunning person like Kang Ming, it was really easy for him to find an excuse to delay time. I'm a newcomer deacon. If I directly accept the challenge and get injured, it is very likely that it will affect my duty to record and publicize the newcomer's points. This is an irresponsible behavior, so I need some time to find someone to hand over the work, just in case. This was the reason given by Kang Ming. It was dignified and impeccable. Shayudar didn't expect that Kang Ming would secretly take the opportunity to accumulate a big move. When both sides walked into the arena, Kang Ming didn't say anything and threw a Pill Firebomb. Shayudar was directly blown up on the spot. The battle ended in an instant, and he ate his golden core for nothing. Seeing Kang Ming walk off the arena with a smug face, everyone present was shocked. Before this, they thought that Kang Ming was a soft persimmon that relied on young Master Shu to get his position, but they didn't expect him to be such a ruthless character. To deal with a mere Heaven Stage Great Perfection, he actually used such a big killer move. He almost blew up the entire arena that had been reinforced with arrays. What kind of hatred did he have? All of a sudden, everyone looked at Kang Jiaoming with awe that they had never felt before. It made Kang Jiaoming feel great. All along, although he had been acting like a tyrant in front of the Soaring Sky Pavilion's newcomers, it was all because of Shu Lingcheng's power. They dared not say anything even though they were angry. But today, he had defeated the blind Shayudar with one move, and he even used a Pill Firebomb, which was an extremely deterrent move. This time, Kang Ming finally experienced what it felt like to be the #1 newcomer in the Soaring Sky Pavilion. It felt great. However, Kang Ming never expected that although his Pill Firebomb had indeed shocked the Soaring Sky Pavilion's newcomers, it also fell into the eyes of Southern Skygate and Yuzha. That's right, the move that Lin used to kill Master was this Pill Firebomb. Yuzha was overjoyed when he saw this, and quickly pointed it out to Southern Skygate. Chapter 3871. When Lin Yi used the Super Chi Bomb against Nan Tianyong, it was very sudden and Yuzha was quite far away, so he couldn't see the details clearly. He could only vaguely feel the shocking power. At first glance, the feeling was quite similar to when Kang Ming used the Pill Firebomb. Are you sure? Southern Skygate frowned. Disciple is sure, Yuzha said firmly. Kang Ming's Pill Firebomb was very similar to the move he had seen before. Even if there was a slight difference, he would still insist on it to prevent Southern Skygate from forcing him to test the others. It was very risky to do this kind of thing too often. Southern Skygate did not doubt Yuzha's words when he saw how certain Yuzha was. His eyes were filled with anger. So, this kid Kang Ming is most likely that Lin? How dare he fool me? Did he eat the guts of a leopard and think that I won't kill him? Disciple can't say that I'm 100% sure, but from this pill firebomb and the way this kid deliberately diverted our attention, there's an 80% chance he is. Yuzha was also filled with anger. No matter what, he was an inner disciple of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, but he was fooled by a mere newcomer like Kang Mingming. He could not take it anymore. Boom. Before Yuzha finished speaking, a huge rock beside Southern Sky Gate instantly turned into powder, attracting the attention of the newcomers. They pointed at it and discussed it. This boulder was smashed by the Southern Sky Gate in a fit of rage. He wanted nothing more than to tear Kang Jiaoming to pieces in front of everyone, but he wasn't a brainless idiot. No matter how angry he was, he knew that he couldn't attack Kang Jiaoming in front of everyone, so he could only vent his anger on the boulder. Being stared at by Southern Sky Gate and Yuzha, even in broad daylight with so many people around, Kang Mingming could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He was puzzled. What's wrong with these two? Why aren't you hurrying over to kill Lin Yi? Why are you glaring at me like a fiend? Under everyone's gaze, Kang Mingming had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk over. He took the initiative to ask, "Eldest senior brother, what can I do for you?" The Southern Sky Gate was the eldest senior brother who was in charge of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. In theory, every disciple of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, including the new disciples, had to call him eldest senior brother. Although Kang Mingming was trying to raise his status by calling him eldest senior brother, it was not wrong. The Southern Heavenly Gate looked at him coldly and said expressionlessly, "I've already seen Lin Yi. This time, I really have to thank Deacon Kang for your guidance. Don't worry, I will keep it in mind and will definitely repay you in the future." Kang Mingming thought that the two of them had already killed Lin Yi. He was overjoyed. "You flatter me. It's my duty to serve eldest senior brother. I don't need anything in return. Eldest senior brother, you're too kind." He thought that the repayment that the Southern Sky Gate mentioned would be something good. At this moment, his heart was filled with anticipation. After all, the Southern Sky Gate was the eldest senior brother who was in charge of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. His actions would definitely not be small. Little did he know that the repayment that the Southern Sky Gate mentioned was completely different from what he had in mind. "Don't worry. I won't be courteous." The Southern Sky Gate smiled coldly and left with Yuzha. Watching the two of them leave, Kang Mingming was overjoyed, but he couldn't help but feel confused. Why did the two of them look so cold when they looked at me? "Martial uncle, what should we do next?" Yuzha couldn't help but ask. Although they had locked onto Kang Mingming as a suspect. Logically speaking, the target was very clear. What they should do next was also very clear. If it was someone else, they would have captured the person without hesitation. However, this person was Shu Lingchong's underling. Even the Southern Sky Gate didn't dare to act recklessly. The Southern Heavenly Gate suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked Yuzha up and down with a cold expression. Only when Yuzha was scared out of his wits did he say, "Martial nephew, how did you end up in conflict with Second Lin?" The Southern Sky Gate wasn't clear about the conflict between Yuzha and Second Lin. He only knew that Nan Tianyong was killed by Second Lin because he wanted to avenge his disciple. However, he had never asked about the cause. Yuzha hesitated for a moment, then answered vaguely, "Martial uncle, disciple first started a conflict with Second Lin because he competed to buy an item from the Hong Merchant Guild. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yuzha would never let the Southern Sky Gate know about the Star Ink Stone. After all, the Southern Sky Gate was an expert at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, and was about to break through to the Golden Core realm. Therefore, the Star Ink Stone was even more attractive to him than to Yuzha. Once the Southern Sky Gate knew about the existence of the Star Ink Stone, then even if they could take it back from Second Lin, Yuzha wouldn't have a share. Yuzha obviously wouldn't do something as stupid as making a wedding dress for someone else. What is it? The Southern Sky Gate wasn't easy to deal with. It wasn't easy for Yuzha to trick him. He instantly realized the key point. Yuzha's heart tightened, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, "It's just a normal treasure used to aid in cultivation. It's not very valuable, but it's not very common." "Normal treasure?" The Southern Sky Gate frowned, then asked suspiciously, "Is it really just a normal treasure?" Then if Kang Ming really is second Lin, as Shu Lingchong's underling, and with such a hidden strength, would he compete with you for a mere normal treasure? Yu Zhe was speechless. He had made up a lie in a moment of desperation, but he forgot that the person in front of him was also extremely shrewd. He was immediately caught on to the loophole. Seeing that Yu Zhe was stuttering, the Southern Skygate's expression instantly became even colder. He said in a deep voice, "I thought about it carefully just now. This Kang Ming was sent by Shu Lingchong to find him for help, and is also Shu Lingchong's underling. If he really is second Lin, I suspect that Shu Lingchong might be behind this." The Southern Skygate paused, looked at the somewhat flustered Yu Zhe, and his tone became unprecedentedly stern. "Now that Shu Lingchong is eyeing my position as the big senior brother, I definitely won't let go of any possible hidden dangers. If necessary, even if it's against Martial Nephew, I don't mind using some sinister methods. Martial Nephew, you should have heard from your master that I'm proficient in the small phaseless technique, and I've also fused some of those evil martial skills, so I know a soul-searching technique that can directly read other people's memories, right?" Chapter 3872. Soul-searching art. Yu Zhe had indeed heard about it from his cheap master, Nan Tianyong, who had died in his hands. It was a secret art that the Southern Heaven Gate had learned when he was still in the enforcement hall. It allowed him to read the memories of others. In front of him, there were no secrets to speak of. Of course, this secret art could only be used when the opponent had lost the ability to resist, and the opponent's divine sense had to be weaker than the user's. Once used, the target's divine sense would collapse. Even if they were lucky enough not to die, they would become a muddle-headed fool. Yu Zhe knew that if he continued to lie like this, Southern Skygate might actually attack him out of anger. At that time, forget about getting the Star Inkstone and becoming the strongest Golden Core expert. He might not even be able to live past today. Even if he was lucky, he would at most become a fool. What was there to look forward to? At that moment, Yu Zhe was sweating profusely. Although he wanted to fabricate another lie and continue to hide the secret of the Star Inkstone, under the pressure of Southern Skygate, even a sly person like Yu Zhe's mind was blank. It was easy to make up a lie, but to make it so perfect that even the Southern Skygate couldn't find any flaws in it was impossible in a short period of time. Once the Southern Skygate saw through even the slightest flaw, Yu Zhe would be done for today. With his strength, there was no way he could escape the Southern Skygate's grasp. At that moment, Yu Zhe was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He wanted to slap himself 18 times. What kind of person was Southern Skygate? Why did he want to make use of him? Wasn't he being blinded by his own greed? Now, not only did he not get any benefits, he even got himself into trouble. Have you made up your mind? If you don't want to say it, then don't blame me for not considering our relationship. Southern Skygate was about to attack. Since there was no one around, there was nothing to worry about. Yu Zhe jumped in fright and didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He hurriedly said, "Martial Uncle, please wait. It's not that I'm trying to hide it. It's just that this is a long story, and I'm afraid of wasting Martial Uncle's time. Since Martial Uncle wants to hear it, then I won't hide anything." "Okay, speak." Southern Skygate's expression softened a little. Words could lie, but the soul-searching technique would never. If it were not for the fact that the secret technique of soul-searching technique would also cause damage to one's divine sense, making it inadvisable to use it frequently, only then would he care about Yu Zhe's little life. He would probably have made a move a long time ago. But Yu Zhe didn't know that his little life was more important. In the end, he had no choice but to tell the entire story to the Southern Heavenly Gate. He even told them about the Star Inkstone, leaving out the fact that Nan Tianyong had died at his hands. With the Star Inkstone as a distraction, the Southern Skygate didn't care about such a small matter. After hearing the usage of the Star Inkstone, the eyes of this high and mighty soaring sky pavilion steward instantly lit up. Star Inkstone. Apprentice Nephew, are you certain that this item can assist in breaking through to the Golden Core stage? Let cultivators become the strongest Golden Core experts. The Southern Skygate's tone was a little anxious. Although he was far above Yu Zhe in terms of seniority and experience, He wasn't like Yuzha, who had holed up in a place like the library for 3 whole years and read almost all the ancient texts. It wasn't strange that he didn't know the uses of star inkstone. Reporting to Martial Uncle, Disciple can't guarantee whether or not it really has such a miraculous effect. But the ancient texts did record it this way. Although Yuzha's heart was bleeding, he still replied respectfully on the surface. Since he had already revealed the information about the star inkstone, then the star inkstone that he had been thinking about had nothing to do with him anymore. Therefore, Yuzha decided that he had to curry favor with the Southern Sky Gate. Even if he couldn't dream about the star inkstone, he had to at least get the minor phaseless god technique from him. Otherwise, he would really suffer a great loss. The ancient texts in the library are all well documented. Since it's all recorded like this, then there shouldn't be too many discrepancies. To be able to let someone become the strongest golden core expert, it's simply a rare treasure. Even with the shrewdness of the Southern Sky Gate, he couldn't hide the greed on his face. There was no cultivator under the golden core stage who wouldn't be moved by something like star inkstone. No matter how deep their background was, they wouldn't be an exception. After a moment of excitement, the Southern Sky Gate suddenly slapped his head and said, "That's right. Originally, I wasn't sure if this matter had anything to do with Shu Ling-chong, but now that the star inkstone is involved, everything can be explained." Disciple is slow-witted. Please enlighten me, Martial Uncle. Yuzha was still immersed in the sadness of not being able to obtain the star inkstone, so he didn't think about this at all. Martial Nephew, think about it. You and I want the star inkstone, and that second Lin wants it. Don't tell me that young Master Shu Ling-chong doesn't want it. The Southern Sky Gate asked. Of course he wants it. Whoever obtains it will have the chance to become the strongest golden core expert. Yuzha nodded his head resolutely. A treasure like the star inkstone was an existence that reigned above all factions and backgrounds. Even a second-generation cultivator with a deep background wouldn't be able to resist its temptation. Shu Ling-chong was naturally not an exception. Therefore, this indirectly proves that Kang Ming-ming is second Lin. I suspect that Kang Ming-ming's stealing of the star inkstone was Shu Ling-chong's instigation. This is the only reason that can explain why the two of them teamed up to deceive us. The Southern Sky Gate said through clenched teeth. Martial Uncle is wise. Yuzha flattered without another word. He couldn't be bothered to figure out whether or not the Southern Sky Gate speculation was reasonable. The only thing he had to do now was to curry favor with the Southern Sky Gate. No wonder Shu Ling-chong dared to openly challenge me today. It turns out that after obtaining the star inkstone, he doesn't place me in his eyes anymore. The Southern Sky Gate said through clenched teeth. However, he immediately thought back to the day when he visited Shanghai Tianhua. Shangguan Lena's reaction seemed to be purposely helping to conceal second Lin's identity. Moreover, the matter of Shu Ling-chong courting Shangguan Lena was known to everyone in the Soaring Sky Pavilion. The Southern Sky Gate couldn't help but guess. Could it be that Shangguan Lena was involved as well? Could it be that Shu Ling-chong obtained the star inkstone in order to curry favor with Shangguan Lena? This possibility wasn't impossible, because in a few days, it would be Shangguan Lena's birthday. It was very likely that Shu Ling-chong would use the star inkstone as a present to curry favor with the Shangguan Lena. Although the star inkstone was rare, if he could use it to become the grandson-in-law of Shanghai Tianhua, one star inkstone was definitely not a loss. Chapter 3873. Thinking of this, Southern Sky Gate felt a headache. The situation was getting more and more complicated. Not only was young Master Shu Ling-chong involved, but even Miss Shangguan was involved. What should he do? It was true that Southern Sky Gate was the senior brother in charge of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, but facing Shu Ling-chong alone was already stressful enough. If Miss Shangguan, who had an even fiercer background, was involved, he had no chance of winning. That way, if he dared to make a move on Kang Ming-ming, not only would he provoke Shu Ling-chong, he would also provoke Miss Shangguan, and might even provoke the big shots behind these two. If things were to develop to this point, not to mention Southern Sky Gate, even if the leader of the Nan family's 3 heroes, Nan Tianba, came back, he would be scared shitless. Even if their uncle, Nantian Aurora, who was far away on Middle Island, appeared, it would still be useless. Their uncle, Nantian Aurora, was one of the most prosperous figures in the Nan clan's middle generation. Not only was he powerful, but he was also the Chancellor of the Heavenstage Islands Cultivators Academy. Be it his status or his influence, he was by no means insignificant. Unfortunately, this was the North Island's 3 great pavilions. Even if Nantien Aurora had some influence on Middle Island, he was too far away. Even if he stretched out his hand, people like Shanghai Tianhua, who were at the top of the North Island, would not listen to him. The situation was getting more and more complicated. With so many important people involved, even Southern Skygate couldn't help but lose his mind. At least, before boss Nan Tianba returned, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. The water in this matter was too deep. Although his title as the first senior brother of the Soaring Sky Pavilion steward was awe-inspiring, it was not useful at all. Let's go back first. When boss returns in 2 days, we'll discuss countermeasures. Southern Skygate frowned and pondered for a moment. In the end, he decided to bide his time. Southern Skygate and Yuzha returned to the cave with a belly full of thoughts. On the other hand, Lin Yi, after framing Kang Mingming, immediately appeared at the newcomer challenge. However, seeing a powerful rookie like Lin Yi, who had always shown off, appear covered in blood, the rookies of Blue Cloud Pavilion were shocked. Even Meng Jueguang could not help but feel dazed. Fuck. What kind of big shot did this kid offend? God is blind. Why hasn't he been beaten to death even though he's injured to this extent? Meng Jueguang exclaimed in pity. Normally, when a new disciple was injured, his first reaction as a steward would be to report it to the higher-ups and then spare no effort to find the culprit. But now, he was too lazy to even go through this superficial formality. His attitude towards Lin Yi was clear at a glance. Beside him, Meng Tong gloated and said, "Ninth cousin, do you think it's possible that this kid went to harass Beauty Murong and got beaten up by her?" Looking at all the rookies of Blue Cloud Pavilion, including the steward, Meng Jueguang, apart from Lin Yi and a few others, all of them were drooling over the seductive Beauty Murongzhen. Murongzhen's special treatment of Lin Yi made them envious. Especially people like Meng Tong. People who wished they could kneel down under Murongzhen's skirt and lick her toes. They were even more envious and jealous of Lin Yi. Now that they saw Lin Yi injured, they could not help but think in that direction. They could not help but think in that direction. He wasn't just spouting nonsense. Last night, Murongzhen went to look for Lin Yi. Although it was already late at night, Murongzhen was still living in a small wooden hut in an open space. His every move was being watched by the newcomers, so it was almost impossible for this kind of thing to escape the eyes and ears of those with ulterior motives. Naturally, Meng Tong was one of them. Although he didn't know what exactly had happened, he didn't care. However, it was certain that Murongzhen and Lin Yi parted on bad terms. As for Lin Yi, everyone knew that he was a lecher. Although he pretended to be serious, it was hard to say how dirty he was. With his strength in the early stage of the building foundation realm, if he really angered Murongzhen, who was at the peak of the early stage of the building foundation realm, he would be lucky if he was beaten up. It would not be too much for him to be killed directly. "You're saying it was Murongzhen's doing?" Meng Jueguang observed Murongzhen and Lin Yi with a playful expression. He realized that the relationship between the two of them was indeed not good. There seemed to be a faint sense of wariness and hostility between them. Meng Tong chuckled coldly. "Ninth cousin, think about it, out of all the newbies on our side, there's no one other than Miss Murong who could make Lin Yi suffer so much." That's true. Since Southern Skygate and Yuzha were very careful to keep it a secret, Meng Jueguang did not think in that direction. There was only one question he was most concerned about at the moment, and that was Murongzhen's stance. Before Murongzhen came, it was already quite difficult for him to face Lin Yi and his gang alone. Especially recently, Meng Tong had been holding back on purpose, and Lin Yi and his gang had completely defeated him. He had almost lost his face as the senior brother in charge. All he could do was to comfort himself with one sentence: "A little impatience will spoil the great plan." Now, before Lin Yi's side was settled, another troublesome Murongzhen, who was no less difficult to deal with than Lin Yi. Meng Jueguang had been worried for the whole night. After all, judging from Murongzhen's behavior in the beginning, she seemed to have a good impression of Lin Yi. Lin Yi and his gang were already too much for Meng Jiuguang to handle. If Murongzhen, who was at the peak of the early stage of the foundation building realm, were they going to be able to handle it? However, after seeing the subtle conflict between the two, Meng Jiuguang finally felt relieved. As long as Murongzhen did not side with Lin Yi, things would be easier to handle. Murongzhen was only a woman. Even if her strength was not bad, she had no background as she had just arrived. No matter how cunning she was, in Meng Jiuguang's eyes, it was impossible for her to stand on her own. She only had two choices. Either side with Lin Yi, or side with Meng Jiuguang. Now, since Murongzhen was not on good terms with Lin Yi, she could only side with Meng Jiuguang. This woman can actually be considered a rare stunner. Meng Jiuguang pinched his chin and stared greedily at Murongzhen's enchanting figure. He could not stop praising her. In the 3 pavilions of the North Island, female cultivators were rare to begin with, and one as beautiful as Murongzhen was even rarer. Generally speaking, even if there was one, it was the exclusive property of young masters like Xu Lingchong. It was impossible for a low-level steward like Meng Jiuguang to benefit from it. This time, Meng Jiuguang knew his chance had come. Murongzhen was not a chaste woman. Once she was forced to side with him, she would not be unreasonable. It was time to have a good time. Chapter 3874. Just as Meng Jiuguang had expected, Murongzhen did not show any displeasure when he sensed his burning gaze. Instead, he licked his lips seductively and winked at Meng Jiuguang. In an instant, Meng Jiuguang's entire body went limp. If it wasn't for the rookie challenge being held in such a public setting, he probably would have dragged this coquettish woman into the cave abode to have a 300 round of sec. Meng Tong curled his lips in jealousy. Although Meng Jiuguang was his backer, when it came to women, even his father had to step aside. Of course, with his current strength, he could not escape from Meng Jiuguang's protection. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only hold it in for the time being. Unexpectedly, Meng Jiuguang quickly recovered from his captivation and returned to normal as he said, "You really are a hussy. But if you want to obtain my approval, you're still far from it." No matter how much he coveted Murongzhen, Meng Jiuguang was not as simple-minded as Meng Tong. He could not make him bow down to her with just one look. If Murongzhen did not take any action, then even if she took the initiative to offer herself, Meng Jiuguang would only be putting on a show. He would not treat her as one of his own. The action that Meng Jiuguang wanted to see was very simple. He wanted Murongzhen to stand up and deal with Lin Yi in front of everyone. That was the real proof of loyalty. This newcomer challenge competition was Murongzhen's first official appearance since she came to the Welcome Pavilion. Only through her actual actions could one truly guess her stance. Apart from that, all the flowery words were useless. Not only Meng Jiuguang, but Lin Yi was also staring at Murongzhen's actions, trying to figure out her real intentions. This woman was an expert at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. In other words, apart from Lin Yi himself, the rest of the Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers, including Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai, were all at the same level. They were far from being her opponents. This was a variable that could break the balance of the rookies in Blue Cloud Pavilion. If this woman really wanted to do something, even if Lin Yi could handle it, his subordinates, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai, would not be able to handle it. A moment later, under everyone's gaze, Murongzhen, the newcomer who had just arrived, was the first to walk onto the ring. She said in a clear and charming voice, "Sir Judge, I, Murongzhen from cave number 16 at the foot of the mountain, challenge Chia Wu from cave number 15 at the foot of the mountain." As soon as he said that, everyone present was stunned, and Chia Wu, who was the one being challenged, instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. "Fuck you. I've already been sent to the most dilapidated and worn-out cave abode number 15 at the foot of the mountain, and that's not enough. Now, a freaking Murongzhen came and called me out as soon as he arrived. You're a freaking expert at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, beautiful." Chia Wu couldn't help but want to roar in front of everyone. Unfortunately, he didn't have the guts. After hearing these words, he could only weakly walk onto the stage and directly admit defeat. None of them dared to challenge Murongzhen, an expert at the peak of the early stage of the foundation building realm. Cha Wu's fate was to pay a little challenge points and hand over the number 15 cave residence at the foot of the mountain, which he thought was already the worst, and move to an even worse wooden house. As a result, his negative score in the first 4 rounds of the newcomer exam was already a foregone conclusion. There was no way to escape. Unexpectedly, before Murongjin got off the stage, he took the initiative to suggest, "Little brother, if you don't mind, we are only exchanging rankings. And you can continue to live in the number 15 immortal cave at the foot of the mountain. How about it?" Ah! Cha Wu was instantly stunned. Everyone else looked confused as well. Murongjin covered her mouth and smiled. She said in a coquettish voice that made one's scalp tingle, "Aya, I'm a neat freak. I don't want to live in a dirty cave residence. Instead, I prefer the wooden house that everyone built for me. That's great. Thank you, Ms. Murong." Cha Wu immediately expressed his gratitude after he came to his senses. Although the number 15 cave residence at the foot of the mountain was the worst cave in the Welcome Pavilion, it was not worthy of an expert like Murongjin's attention. However, for a lowly person like him who was at the bottom of the Blue Cloud Pavilion's newcomers, no matter how bad the spiritual energy in the worst cave residence was, it was still much better than the wooden house outside. Murongjin flashed a charming smile, then walked down the arena while swaying her hips. While Murongjin was enjoying the admiration of the Blue Cloud Pavilion's newcomers, Lin Yi and Meng Jueguang shook their heads at the same time. They did not understand the meaning behind Murongjin's actions. During the newcomers' challenge round, one had to fight from the last abode all the way up. This was the best strategy to obtain as many challenge points as possible. It would not be strange for anyone else to do so, but it was strange for Murongjin to do so. She had joined the class midway and was already a peak early-stage foundation establishment expert. Furthermore, she had the background of an elder of the Soaring Pavilion. Even if she were to stay in the Blue Cloud Pavilion in the future, she would not have to worry about not having a backer. In theory, there was no need for her to pay too much attention to the newcomer assessment, which was already halfway through. There was no need for her to start from the last cave residence. According to Lin Yi and Meng Jueguang's conjecture, Murongjin's appearance today was to ensure that she would be able to survive here in the future. It was highly likely that she would use her actions to make her stand clear. For example, she could challenge either Xiao Ran or Qiao Hongcai. She could also directly challenge Lin Yi. Only then would Meng Jueguang feel her value. Of course, there were other possibilities as well. For example, she could challenge Meng Tong. Even though this would make Meng Jueguang see her as an enemy, it was also a way to make her presence known. Because of Lin Yi's group, even Meng Jueguang could not do anything to her. However, Murongjin did not choose any of the above. Instead, she chose a method that nobody expected. She chose to challenge Cha Wu, who was in the 15th cave. Therefore, no matter Lin Yi or Meng Jueguang, they could not understand what this woman was planning. To them, challenging Cha Wu was a completely meaningless move for Murongjin. Even if she did not do anything, there was no need for her to do anything unnecessary and arouse suspicion. Or, in other words, Murongjin's goal was to make Lin Yi and Meng Jueguang doubt her, which would make them hesitate. This was not impossible. Even though Murongjin had already fallen out with Lin Yi, if she wanted to become the third pole of the tripod, she could not directly side with Meng Jueguang. Otherwise, she would directly go against Lin Yi. If she was misunderstood by Lin Yi and the two of them fought to the death, then she could only become Meng Jueguang's subordinate and accomplice. She wanted to make her presence known, make Meng Jueguang feel like he was getting closer to him, and at the same time, not make Lin Yi misunderstand her. Throughout this process, she wanted to establish her position in front of the rookies in Blue Cloud Pavilion. This was Murongjin's true intention. As for the next few rounds of the rookies' challenge, everything went according to Murongjin's plan. She did not fight against any of the core members of Lin Yi and Meng Jueguang. She only challenged the caves one by one. Chapter 3875. This woman isn't as simple as she seems. Lin Yi had completely understood Murongjin's plan. He believed that Meng Jueguang was doing the same. However, even though they knew this, there was nothing they could do to Murongjin. They could only watch as Murongjun became the third-level existence that everyone looked up to, yet they could not do anything about it. Otherwise, if Murongjun decided to side with the slightest sign of trouble, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? They finally realized that Murongjun was planning something that no one could stop. Furthermore, due to the rules of the newcomer challenge, they had no way of stopping her. They could only watch as the woman slowly established her foundation and spread her wings. However, the good news for Lin Yi was that he only had two subordinates, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai. With Lin Yi's order, it would not be easy for Murongjun to seduce them. On the other hand, Meng Jueguang's side was different. His subordinates were not very loyal. Furthermore, everyone, including Meng Tong, was drooling over the beauty Murongjun. As Murongjun slowly established her position, it was very likely that these people would be swayed by the wind. Due to being suppressed by Lin Yi and his group, Meng Jueguang's control over the newcomers had dropped to a freezing point. Even if these people did not dare to betray him openly, if Murongjun were to give them a flirtatious look, or even give them some benefits, it was believed that not many people would refuse to flirt with the beauty Murongjun. Murongjun's brilliance was that even if Meng Jueguang knew that she was trying to poach him, he could only endure it for the time being, in order not to make the situation worse, in order not to force Murongjun to side with Lin Yi. While Murongjun was stirring up a storm in the newcomer welcoming pavilion, Southern Skygate and Yu Zhe, who were far away in the soaring pavilion, finally arrived. The leader of the Nan clan's three heroes, Nan Tianba. Nan Tianba had just returned from a mission. He was still wearing his sinister-looking black armor as he sat on the main seat. He looked sternly at Yu Zhe, who was trembling on the ground, not daring to move. He then looked at the nervous Southern Heavenly Gate. Suppressing the two of them until they couldn't breathe, Nan Tianba finally suppressed his anger and said, "This king has only left the island to carry out a mission for 2 months, yet such a big thing actually happened. Third brother lost his life and you still haven't caught the culprit. Second brother, you've really disappointed this king." At the same time, because Nan Tianba had just experienced a cruel massacre, his expression changed. A murderous aura combined with a powerful aura forced Yu Zhe, a middle-stage foundation-building expert, to lie on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. After all, the person before them was an existence that surpassed the peak of the foundation establishment realm in the South Heaven Gate. He was a true golden core expert, who was regarded as a cornerstone of the three great pavilions. In addition to Yu Zhe, even the South Heaven Gate, the eldest senior brother in charge of the sky-soaring pavilion, had his forehead covered in cold sweat. "Big brother, it's not that I don't want to avenge third brother. It's just that I've already told you in detail. This Kang Ming not only involves Shu Lingchong, but also eldest Miss Shangguan. This is no small matter. I really don't dare to act blindly without thinking." South Heaven Gate complained with a sullen face. Hearing this, Nan Tianba couldn't help but frown. With his powerful golden core stage strength, people like Shu Lingchong and Shanghai Lena couldn't even enter his eyes. He didn't care about them at all, but the big shots behind them were the ones who stood at the peak of the entire North Island. Even a golden core stage expert like him didn't dare to provoke them. What's more, now that Shu Lingchong was eyeing the position of the eldest senior brother in charge of the sky-soaring pavilion, this was the time when they needed a relationship with the higher-ups. Otherwise, if a big boss like Shanghai Tianhua were to casually open his mouth, South Heaven Gate would have no choice but to give up his position without any resistance. After a long silence, Nan Tianba finally opened his mouth and said, "Fine, this situation is indeed difficult to deal with. This matter can't be completely blamed on you. The most important thing right now is to protect your position as the eldest senior brother in charge of the sky-soaring pavilion. As for third brother, we'll think of a way to avenge him later. Southern Heaven Gate's position could allow him to gain a lot of benefits. Even Nan Tianba benefited a lot from it. Therefore, even if Southern Heaven Gate wanted to give up, he wouldn't agree." Seeing that Nan Tianba finally didn't hold on to third brother's matter, Southern Heaven Gate immediately let out a sigh of relief and nodded, "I'll listen to Big Brother's orders. You've always been resourceful. Why don't you tell me what we should do next?" Nan Tianba gestured for Southern Heaven Gate to come up with a plan. Although he was the eldest of the Nan family's three heroes and his strength was undeniable, He didn't like these troublesome matters. Big brother, just the two of us alone aren't enough. Therefore, I think it's necessary to let Middle Island's uncle come forward and write a letter to the higher-ups of the sky-soaring pavilion. Even if we can't convince all of them, we can at least increase our prestige. At least we won't appear to be too weak. These higher-ups will still have some concerns and won't all side with Shu Lingchong. Southern Heaven Gate suggested. All right, we'll do as you say. I'll write a letter to Uncle now. Nan Tianba nodded his head and then sighed. It's fortunate that our grandfather has been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years. Otherwise, with his influence, if he were to come forward and say a word, who in the sky-soaring pavilion's higher-ups would dare to say a word? That's right, I hope the old man can successfully go into closed-door cultivation this time. When the time comes, we'll be able to hold our heads up high. Southern Heaven Gate also had a face full of emotions. After the two brothers finished their discussion, Nan Tianba's gaze shifted to Yu Zhe. His face suddenly turned cold and he coldly snorted, "Third brother's death was all because of you. According to my original plan, I wanted to kill you to comfort third brother's soul in heaven." Hearing this, Yu Zhe was instantly covered in a cold sweat. All of the hairs on his body stood up. Nan Tianba's killing intent was real, these words weren't a joke. Luckily, Nan Tianba had another sentence, however, seeing that third brother has always praised you as a disciple, I'll spare your dog life today. Scram! Yu Zhe hurriedly shouted, "Eldest martial uncle, please wait. This disciple has been reading ancient books in the library for the past 3 years. I know of a treasure that can help you become the strongest nascent soul expert." What a joke! He didn't hesitate to reveal the secret of the star ink stone because he coveted the Southern Heaven Gate's minor phaseless technique. Moreover, if he stayed, this eldest martial uncle would have even more benefits. How could he let go of this opportunity? Chapter 3876. In front of eldest martial uncle, this disciple wouldn't dare lie. However, this item is the same as the star ink stone, it has only appeared in ancient books. Normal people wouldn't be able to recognize it even if they saw it. Yu Zhe vowed. His meaning was clear. Others might not be able to recognize this item, but only he could. Nan Tianba was finally moved. After pondering for a moment, he said, "All right, you can follow second brother for now. If I have time, I will personally teach you. In the future, do things for me well. If you have any other thoughts, you know what will happen." This disciple understands. Yu Zhe was immediately overjoyed. Now that he had stolen Nan Tianyong's inheritance, if he could obtain the minor phaseless godly skill of the Southern Skygate and Nan Tianba's personal teaching, even without the star ink stone, his future would be just around the corner. In the blink of an eye, a month passed by in the blink of an eye. The 16th round of the newcomer competition had officially begun. Damn, what is this woman thinking? Does she really want to go against me? Meng Jueguang looked at Murong Zhen's enchanting figure from afar and clenched his teeth in anger. In this month, Murong Zhen had been methodically moving up from the last cave to the top. Her intentions were self-evident. What Lin Yi could see, he could also see. However, the problem was that even though he knew what Murong Zhen was planning, he could only hold it in. This kind of feeling was really depressing. If Murong Zhen had immediately sided with Lin Yi, then for Meng Jueguang, although the situation would have been worse, he wouldn't have felt so bad. However, this suspense could be solved in today's round. Now that the newcomer competition had already been over 10 rounds, it was beginning to end. The ranking of the caves had already been determined, so there wouldn't be too many variables. First place, Lin Yi. Second place, Qiao Hongcai. Third place, Xiao Ran. Fourth place, Meng Tong. Fifth, Murong Zhen. This was the current top 5 of the newcomers' cave-dwelling rankings in Blue Cloud Pavilion. As for the other strong person, Li Zhangming, he did not reveal his strength at the early stage of the building foundation realm in the past dozen rounds of competition. He was originally ranked second in the cave abode competition, but he wisely chose a roundabout strategy. He took the opportunity when other newcomers challenged him to admit defeat. Not only did he push himself to the cave abode with a lower ranking, but he also successfully bypassed Murong Zhen, who was coming at him fiercely. He killed 2 birds with 1 stone. According to the current ranking, today's rookie challenge was the best round to see Murong Zhen's true intentions. The reason was simple: she had Meng Tong above her. In the previous rounds, although the rookies that Murong Zhen had challenged were nominally Meng Jueguang's subordinates, they were not the core members of Meng Jueguang's faction. However, Meng Tong was different. He was a direct disciple that Meng Jueguang had nurtured with all his might. This was where Meng Jueguang's bottom line was. It did not matter if Murong Zhen challenged other newcomers, but if she challenged Meng Tong today, it would be equivalent to declaring war with Meng Jueguang officially. From then on, in Meng Jueguang's eyes, Murong Zhen would be a sworn enemy like Lin Yi. There would be no room for negotiation. However, if Murong Zhen were to skip Meng Tong and challenge Xiao Ran, who was ranked higher than her, that would mean that she would be friendly to Meng Jueguang. In Meng Jueguang's eyes, Murong Zhen would be one of his own people that he could use. She would be friendly to Meng Jueguang. In Meng Jueguang's eyes, Murong Zhen would be one of his own people that he could use. Whether they were friends or foes, it all depended on Murong Zhen's choice today. Before the battle, Meng Tong asked Meng Jueguang nervously, "Ninth cousin, if Beauty Murong challenges me today, what should I do?" Although the Meridian heart-shattering pill was already in place, under Meng Jueguang's deliberate arrangement, Meng Tong had not taken it yet. He was still in the early stage of the foundation-building realm. Murong Zhen, on the other hand, was at the peak of the early stage of the foundation-building realm. "What do you mean, what should we do? If she dares to challenge you, it means that she's our enemy. Fight her with all your might." Meng Jueguang snorted coldly. Then, he looked at Meng Tong and said suspiciously, "I heard that this slut often takes the initiative to invite people to her wooden hut to have tea. Don't tell me you're involved, too?" "Huh? No. Definitely not." Meng Tong denied it immediately. Over the past month, not only did Murong Zhen successfully make Meng Jueguang and Lin Yi hesitant, but because her position was gradually stabilized, some of the Blue Cloud Pavilion's newcomers began to go with the flow. The most obvious example was when they accepted Murong Zhen's invitation to participate in the so-called wooden tea party at her small wooden hut. Of course, it was a very pure tea party in name. To put it bluntly, they were going to watch Murong Zhen, the slut, perform an erotic dance. Even if they could not taste any substantial sweetness, being able to see such a delightful and enchanting beauty wearing simple clothes and posing in various seductive postures was still enough to make them salivate. Moreover, the benefits of participating in Murong Zhen's tea party were not just a feast for the eyes. For the low-level Blue Cloud Pavilion rookies, there were actually substantial benefits. As it turned out, Murong Zhen had deliberately avoided the rookies who were invited to participate in the wooden tea party during the month's rookie challenge. Otherwise, she would not have been able to fight her way from the so-called 16th cave at the foot of the mountain to the 5th cave at the foot of the mountain in just a month. The two rookies who had skipped the challenge had actually profited. Not only could they feast their eyes at the wooden tea party, they could also lose less challenge points in the rookie challenge. Why not? However, this was not without its disadvantages. At least, when Meng Jueguang saw that Murong Zhen had deliberately let the two of them go, the two of them had already been blacklisted. Even if they did not betray her on the surface, when the time came, Meng Jueguang would definitely settle the score. This was also the reason why Murong Zhen could only entice two rookies in a month despite being so tempting. Although the others were also drooling, under Meng Jueguang's tyranny, there were many who had evil intentions, but not many who had the guts to do so. Really? Meng Jueguang shot a glance at Meng Tong. This fellow was his most valued younger brother. If the other rookies were fence-sitters, he would at most be annoyed. However, if even Meng Tong had a problem, then as the senior steward, he would be a general without an army. Meng Jueguang did not doubt Meng Tong's loyalty, but he did not dare compliment this fellow's intelligence. If Murong Zhen casually teased him, then there might be a problem, so he had to be careful. "I really didn't. I can swear an oath." "Ninth cousin, you can't listen to other people's slander," Meng Tong hurriedly swore. Chapter 3877. Chimpy. "That's good. We'll see what that woman, Murong Zhen, will choose later. If she knows what's good for her, there will still be a place for her in the future. However, if she's blind enough to challenge you, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Just fight her with all your might. She won't dare to kill you. Meng Jueguang snorted coldly. Ah. Okay. Meng Tong subconsciously shrank his neck. Meng Jueguang sounded very confident, but the person she was going up against was him, Meng Tong. What if this woman was unscrupulous? Wouldn't he be beaten to death? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Murongjin leisurely walked up to the ring. In every round of the newcomer challenge, it had become a tradition for the newcomers of Blue Cloud Pavilion to watch this beauty go up first. There had been no exception for more than a month. Murongjin's pair of seductive peach blossom eyes slowly swept across everyone's faces, especially when her gaze landed on Meng Jueguang and Lin Yi. She even paused for a moment meaningfully. Only when everyone's hearts were hooked did she slowly speak. Lord Judge, Murongjin from cave number 5 at the foot of the mountain challenges Xiao Ran from cave number 3 at the foot of the mountain. Murongjin smiled charmingly. Her eyes finally fell on Xiao Ran. She even threw a seductive glance at him. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd went into an uproar. Not only were Meng Jueguang and Lin Yi concerned about Murongjin's stance, but the other newcomers were also very concerned. However, they might not be able to guess the woman's intentions as early as the two of them. Skip Meng Tong and challenge Xiao Ran. Meng Jueguang immediately let out a sigh of relief. Murongjin's action was undoubtedly a gesture of goodwill. Although it did not mean that this woman would rely on him, through this action, he could at least be sure that the person Murongjin wanted to deal with was Lin Yi, not him, Meng Jueguang. This woman is quite sensible. Meng Jueguang smiled complacently. Although Murongjin's action of stealing from him previously made him very angry, as long as Murongjin went to deal with Lin Yi's group, he would be a natural ally. They could be roped in and used. It's more than that. Ninth cousin brother, this beauty Murong is actually with us. Meng Tong chuckled. Now, not only did he not have to bite the bullet and fight with Murongjin, but he could also imagine his beautiful future. Since they were on the same side, surely Murongjin, that slut, wouldn't mind letting him, Meng Tong, have a taste of sweetness. Under the gazes of the crowd, Xiao Ran, who was challenged by Murongjin, did not seem to be surprised. He exchanged glances with Lin Yi and the others. He immediately stepped into the arena. Please advise me. Xiao Ran cupped his fists at Murongjin. His expression was calm and he did not panic at all. Seeing that, Murongjin could not help but chuckle. Brother Xiao Ran is so elegant. I didn't notice it before. Xiao Ran had always been the kind of person who did not show his strength. Even though everyone knew that he was Lin Yi's right-hand man and that his strength should not be underestimated, very few people would pay attention to him. On the contrary, people like Qiao Hongcai were more eye-catching. Ever since she came to the welcome pavilion, Murongjin had been observing everyone. Lin Yi was the first to be targeted, and his subordinate, Xiao Ran, would not be let go. However, she had always thought that this person was ordinary. Now that she stood in the arena and fought with him, she suddenly realized that this person was not simple at all. With his strength in the early stage of the foundation building realm, he was fighting against an expert at the peak of the early stage of the foundation building realm. However, he was still able to maintain such a calm and collected manner. How could such a person be an ordinary person? Even if his boss, Lin Yi, were to fight him, he would not be able to do as well. She really did not understand why this guy would follow Lin Yi so easily. Brother Xiao Ran, after this, are you interested in coming to my wooden tea party? I'm willing to wait for you. Murongjin tempted him with her charming eyes. Everyone in the audience swallowed their saliva in envy. When Murongjin told them before, he did not say anything so sincere. Even the two who were brave enough to go to the meeting could only enjoy the view. It was impossible for them to make a move on Murongjin. However, now that Murongjin said that in front of everyone, did it not mean that such a salivating flower was going to fall on Xiao Ran, the silent cow dung? Heh, if I were Xiao Ran, I'd agree to it first. It's a free advantage, don't you think so, boss? Qiao Hongcai joked with Lin Yi. Lin Yi could not help but laugh when he heard that. Right, my foot. This is a man-eating flower that eats people. There's no such thing as a free advantage. By the time you taste the sweetness, you'll already be a piece of meat in her mouth. It's wishful thinking to escape unscathed. TSK, what a scary woman. Xiao Hongzai shrank her neck when she heard that. She turned around and looked at the arena with anticipation. I'm very curious about how Xiao Ran, the silent and taciturn guy, will react. Maybe he's also a man who's cold on the outside. Then we'll just watch. Lin Yi smiled. He was not worried about Murongzhen's seduction at all. If Xiao Ran could not control himself so easily, he would not have been able to escape from the cruel competition in the secular world. Faced with Murongzhen's undisguised seduction, which could even be called bold seduction, Xiao Ran's face actually turned red. He looked a little shy, like a little boy. Yo, brother Xiao Ran is actually shy. How cute. Murongzhen's eyes instantly lit up. She had been in the brothel for so many years, but she had never seen a guy among the cultivators who would blush after being casually teased. It was really too rare. Murongzhen was not the only one who found it strange when Xiao Ran blushed. Even Lin Yi and the others who were below the stage were taken aback. They could not help but look at each other. No way. He's blushing after being casually teased. Has this guy never had a serious relationship with a woman before? He's too honest. The others, including Meng Tong, laughed wantonly. This guy can't still be a virgin, can he? This is too funny. A cultivator in the early stage of the foundation building realm has not even touched a woman before. He's such a failure in life. As for Meng Jueguang, he glared at the important parts of Murongzhen's body greedily. This woman is really 100%. After a while, Xiao Ran's expression returned to normal. He said awkwardly, Miss Murong, I'm not interested in the wooden tea party. If there's nothing else, let's start as soon as possible. Chapter 3878. Initially, she wanted to tease Xiao Ran a little more. However, seeing that Xiao Ran had adjusted his expression and was unmoved, she lost interest and said, Fine. Since Xiao Ran wants to fight, I'll play with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Murongzhen let out a charming snort, and her figure swiftly flew toward Xiao Ran. As soon as she made her move, everyone below the ring, including Meng Jueguang and Lin Yi, widened their eyes and observed her abilities. Although she had been at the Welcome Pavilion for a month and was always the first to fight in every round of the newcomers' challenge, due to the huge difference in abilities, every newcomer who was challenged by her, an expert at the peak of the early stage of the foundational building realm, would admit defeat. Therefore, nobody had seen her fight for the past month. However, Xiao Ran, whom she was facing now, was not an ordinary newcomer. As an expert in the early stage of the foundational building realm, although Murongzhen felt pressured, it was not to the point where she would not dare to fight. With Xiao Ran's background, unless Murongzhen was undefeatable among those in the early stage of the foundational building realm, it would not be easy for her to defeat Xiao Ran even if she was confident of winning. As soon as Murongzhen moved, Xiao Ran moved as well. With an exquisite body technique like the shadow step, Xiao Ran was never an expert who liked to fight head-on. Xiao Ran's fighting style was to use the shadow step to deal with his opponent and look for opportunities to attack. It was because of this fighting style that he had the confidence to fight Murongzhen, an expert at the peak of the early stage of the foundational building realm. If it were Xiao Hongzai, who was used to fighting head-on, challenging someone who was of a higher level would be suicide. Yo, brother Xiao Ran, you have such a good body technique. Murongzhen's eyes brightened. Because she had the advantage in terms of strength and rank, her speed was clearly faster than Xiao Ran's. In theory, Xiao Ran should not be able to escape from the palm of her hand. However, in the limited space of the arena, Xiao Ran made it impossible for her to make a move. This was all thanks to the shadow step. The speed in a straight line might not be very fast, but in such a small area, it was definitely second to none, even when compared to all the movement techniques. However, even then, Xiao Ran did not dare to be careless in the slightest. This was because he had already pushed his disorienting steps to its limits. However, the most he could do was to contend with Murongzhen. He could remain undefeated, but he would not be able to find an opportunity to attack. After all, an expert at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm was not that easy to deal with. Other than the little bit of kinship between her and Elder Murong, It was mainly because of her own strength. This woman was not as simple as a vase that looked good but was useless. With regards to this situation, Xiao Ran had long since anticipated it. If he could seize the initiative just by relying on the shadow step alone, then his opponent would be too weak. However, if this continued, the situation wouldn't be advantageous to him. The effects of the shadow step were shocking, but it also consumed a large amount of vital energy. If this continued, Xiao Ran felt that he would not be able to outlast Murong Zhen. Just as Xiao Ran was about to take the risk and wait for an opportunity to make his move, Murong Zhen, who was chasing after him, suddenly giggled. "Brother Xiao Ran, people say that a man chasing a woman is like a mountain apart. A woman chasing a man is like a mountain apart. I've been chasing after you for so long, you should at least give me a response." Flirting. Flirting again. Although Xiao Ran did not want to bother with her, his shadow step slowed down a little. Then, his heart shuddered, and a murderous intent suddenly appeared behind him. Xiao Ran was already very careful. While he was using shadow step to evade the attacks, Xiao Ran was extremely cautious. While he was using the shadow step to deal with Murong Zhen, he was constantly paying attention to his opponent's position and movements. However, in that split second, Murong Zhen's fingertip flashed with a piercing light. She was 50 feet away just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, she had already appeared behind Xiao Ran. Bang! Under the astonishment of everyone present, Xiao Ran directly fell out of the ring. Lin Yi and the others reacted and immediately went forward to help him up to check his injuries. They asked in concern, "Are you all right? Are you badly injured?" Before Xiao Ran could speak, Murong Zhen spoke on his behalf. She said in a tone that was half surprised and half regretful, "Of course he's all right. Brother Xiao Ran, you're the first person in the early stage of the foundation building realm to be able to dodge my phantom finger. You should be proud of yourself." Under the support of his senior brother and Xiao Hongcai, Xiao Ran slowly stood up. His expression was rather unpleasant. "Thank you for your guidance, Miss Murong. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely return the favor." He was certain that Murong Zhen did not hold back at all from that attack just now. She really did want to kill him. Her words were as sweet as honey, but when she found a chance to distract him, she immediately struck a fatal blow. This woman was just as Boss Lin Yi had said, she had the heart of a snake and scorpion. If it were not for the fact that he was naturally alert and constantly on guard, he might not have been able to dodge that attack even if he used the shadow step. Besides, he had also used the convenience of being at the edge of the stage. If he jumped off the stage, it would be considered as him forfeiting the fight. Otherwise, even if he was lucky enough to dodge the attack, Murong Zhen would definitely have a killing move up her sleeve. "Brother Xiao Ran, you're making me really scared. Why don't we change the method? How about we go to my wooden hut next time? I'm looking forward to it." Murong Zhen's pair of seductive eyes could not stop glistening. Her adoration was clearly written on her face. It was as if she had not tried to kill Xiao Ran at all. She changed her attitude faster than flipping the pages of a book. This woman was really one of a kind. Lin Yi and the others shook their heads speechlessly. Their understanding of Murong Zhen had deepened. This woman was indeed not easy to deal with. She was not any easier to deal with than Meng Jueguang, the eldest senior brother who was in charge. Seeing that Xiao Ran was ignoring her, Murong Zhen had no choice but to give up on teasing him in boredom. She said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Xiao Ran, even though I've won, I'll leave the third cave at the foot of the mountain for you to stay. Don't forget to come to my wooden hut to play, I'll be waiting for you." After that, Murong Zhen swayed her seductive waist and leisurely walked off the stage under the greedy gaze of the crowd. "Hongcai, if nothing goes wrong, this woman will definitely challenge you in the next round. When that time comes, don't try to be brave. Just admit defeat." Lin Yi warned Xiao Hongcai with a serious expression. "That's right. This woman is really dangerous. Even though I saw her move just now, I couldn't react in time. Today, I was lucky to be at the edge of the stage. Otherwise, I'd probably be a corpse by now," Xiao Ran said with lingering fear. Chapter 3879. Xiao Ran, who was more adaptable, was already in such a state. If it was Xiao Hongcai, who only knew how to fight head-on, the consequences would be obvious. Judging from Murongzhen's performance today, if she had the chance to kill anyone in Lin Yi's group, she would not hold back. This article was written by starting players judging from the current situation. Although Murongzhen was stronger than the other two groups in Blue Cloud Pavilion, she was still alone. On the other hand, Meng Jueguang could only rely on Meng Tong, so it would be difficult for him to improve in a short period of time. Therefore, the strongest group was still Lin Yi's group. If they could take the opportunity to get rid of Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai, who were Lin Yi's two wings, it would be a good thing for both Murongzhen and Meng Jueguang. No one would let go of such an opportunity easily. Hearing Lin Yi's words, even if Xiao Hongcai wanted to put on a brave front, she could only nip it in the bud. She nodded and said, "Boss, don't worry. I treasure my life. I won't take things too hard." Hearing that, Lin Yi and the others could not help but laugh. "You dare to say that you treasure your life? Then who was the guy who almost died after fighting with Meng Tong in the previous 2 rounds? As expected, a few days later, in the 17th round of the Newcomer Challenge, Murongzhen challenged Xiao Hongcai, who was in the second cave at the foot of the mountain. Due to Lin Yi's warning, although Xiao Hongcai wanted to have a good fight with this evil woman, she chose to forfeit in the end. What a smart and cute young man. This was Murongzhen's evaluation of Xiao Hongcai. This was not a polite remark, but a sincere evaluation. If Xiao Hongcai was really stubborn, even if Lin Yi had warned him beforehand, Murongzhen could still provoke him to attack first. However, reality proved that no matter how Murongzhen tried to persuade Xiao Hongcai had been very restrained from beginning to end. He had the demeanor of a great general who was as steady as a mountain. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai, the two subordinates of Murongzhen, received high praise from Murongzhen. But in this way, she was even more interested in Lin Yi. Although she tried to interact with Lin Yi on the first day she arrived at the Welcome Pavilion, she still had no idea how strong Lin Yi was. A person who could make Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai follow his orders could not be an ordinary person. 3 days later, the 18th round of the Newcomer Challenge began as scheduled. This was the final round of the assessment, so it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was rubbing their palms together. Looking at the previous 4 rounds of the Newcomer assessment, as long as one was capable, the challenge round was undoubtedly the easiest round to grab points. The 18th round was the last chance. If they did not fight now, they would be helpless when their points were deducted during the spiritual medicine assessment. Then, they would really want to cry, but no tears would come out. The intensity of this round's final round was imaginable. Other than that, there was another more important point. Murongzhen was currently in the second cave at the foot of the mountain. She had already defeated 2 of her subordinates, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai. So, in this last round, would she challenge Lin Yi? One was an expert at the peak of the early stage of the foundational level. The other was the number 1 newcomer that everyone was helpless against. If these 2 were to fight, in the eyes of the newcomers at the Blue Cloud Pavilion, it would be like Mars colliding with Earth. This was a battle that could decide the future of the competition. However, Murongzhen was not a fool. Although she had already defeated Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai, it did not mean that she would take the initiative to go against Lin Yi. She was only expressing her goodwill to Meng Jueguang, but she did not completely support Meng Jueguang. However, she didn't fully support Meng Jueguang. If she were to challenge him today, Meng Jueguang would be the biggest beneficiary no matter who won. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. There was no need to explain this logic. Before this, Murongzhen did not think much of Lin Yi, who was rumored to only be in the early stage of the foundational level. However, after witnessing the potential of Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai, she changed her mind. Based on Lin Yi's strength, even if he was really in the early stage of the foundational level, he would not be easy to deal with. If she was not careful, she might fail miserably. Therefore, according to Murongzhen's initial plan, she did not plan to challenge Lin Yi today. However, what Meng Jueguang said last night made her change her mind. The higher-ups have decided that I will take over the position of the 3rd Pavilion Master of the Welcome Pavilion soon. Whether this news is true or not, I believe with Lady Murong's connections, it will not be difficult to verify. When that time comes, the position of the new manager of the Blue Cloud Pavilion will be vacant. This sentence made Murong Zhen's heart palpitate. Over the past month or so, she had found out that the reason she was sent to the Welcome Pavilion was all because of Lu Tianyu. Not only was he Xu Lingchong's sworn brother, but he was also the young master of the Soaring Sky Pavilion with a powerful background. Moreover, he had spread the news of her offending Lady Shangguan to everyone, causing Murong Zhen to become a street rat in the Soaring Sky Pavilion. Even elder Murong, who was behind her, did not dare to speak up for her, let alone speak up for her. If nothing unexpected happened, her becoming a disciple of the Blue Cloud Pavilion was already a foregone conclusion. In the future, even if she entered the three great pavilions, she would still be a member of the Blue Cloud Pavilion and would not be able to return to the Soaring Sky Pavilion. If she wanted to stand out in the Blue Cloud Pavilion and take revenge on the Lady Shangguan Lena, she could only rely on herself. As for the position of the eldest senior brother in charge of the newcomers in the Welcome Pavilion, even though it was not that important, nor did it have much power, if Murong Zhen could hold the position while she was still a newcomer, it would be a very glorious and rare resume. After that, once she entered the Blue Cloud Pavilion, she would immediately be promoted to a higher rank. This kind of opportunity was almost impossible to come by. Murong Zhen wanted this position, and if he were to really be promoted to the third pavilion master as Meng Jueguang had said, then he would be the previous pavilion master as well as the immediate superior. Hence, he would have a great say in the candidate for the position. Meng Jueguang could see through Murong Zhen's ambition, so he proposed this condition. He recommended Murong Zhen to be promoted to the position, and the price was to challenge Lin Yi. Honorable Judge, number 2 at the foot of the mountain, Murong Zhen, would like to challenge number 1 at the foot of the mountain, Lin Yi. After Murong Zhen went up the stage, she no longer acted coquettishly like she usually did. Her expression was unprecedentedly stern. In the midst of the uproar, Lin Yi raised his head in surprise. He did not believe that a woman like Murong Zhen would be willing to become Meng Jueguang's subordinate. Now that she had done such a stupid thing, there must be a reason behind it. Fine, it's been a long time since I've fought with someone. It's just the right time to loosen up. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled into a smile. He calmly walked up the stage. Chapter 3880. Hehe, this is going to be interesting. I've never seen boss with such a strong desire to fight, Xiao Hongcai said excitedly. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. He had seen Lin Yi fight in the secular world, but he had been quiet ever since he came to Heavenly Island. Even if he did, it was just a small fight. He had never seen Lin Yi get serious. Nobody knew that although Lin Yi had been keeping a low profile ever since he came to Heavenly Island, he was not always quiet. Not only did he beat Yu Zhe half to death, but he also blew up Nan Tianyong, a master in the late stage of the foundation building realm, to the brink of death. It was just that nobody knew he was second Lin. The bitter senior brother next to him was a little worried. Murong Zhen is at the peak of the early stage of the foundation building realm. Junior brother Lin might be in danger. Sigh, it's better to be careful. Seeing Lin Yi walk into the ring calmly, Murong Zhen suddenly chuckled. Brother Lin, I've been wanting to fight with you for a long time. Now that I finally have the chance, you must go easy on me later. Lin Yi nodded. Don't worry, I will fuck. The crowd below the ring could not help but curse. Murong Zhen was a master in the peak of the early stage of the foundation building realm. She was just being polite, but Lin Yi was only in the early stage of the foundation building realm. What was he trying to act tough for? As expected of a pretentious person. He would never forget to act tough in any situation. Not only did the crowd below the ring look down on him, but even Murong Zhen was surprised. Isn't his attitude and tone a little too arrogant? Murong Zhen only came back to her senses after being stunned for a while. That's great. Brother Lin, you must keep your word. As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Zhen's body turned into nothingness. When he reappeared in the next moment, he was less than 3 inches away from Lin Yi. His fingertip was pointed at Lin Yi's throat with blinding white light. Phantom finger. When he fought against Xiao Ran last time, Murong Zhen at least managed to stall for a while. However, this time, he used a killing move right away. From this, it could be seen how important Lin Yi was to him. To be honest, even if he had not made a deal with Meng Jueguang, Murongzhen himself had wanted to teach Lin Yi a lesson. Even though he had taken the initiative to seduce him, this fellow did not appreciate it at all. How could he let such a blind fellow go so easily? Women were very vengeful creatures. So fierce. Women are not to be trifled with. Lin Yi pursed his lips, pretending to be alarmed. However, he was not in a hurry. He used the butterfly subtle steps and dodged Murongzhen's surprise attack at the critical moment. Big brother Lin is indeed not simple. Her attack missed. Although Murongzhen had expected this, he was still somewhat disappointed. However, this also confirmed her speculation. Lin Yi's ability was indeed far above Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai. Otherwise, if it was Xiao Ran, even if he could dodge this attack, he definitely would not have been able to do it so easily. Murongzhen saw it very clearly. Although Lin Yi's response seemed dangerous, it was completely within his control. He was able to deal with her phantom finger so easily. This man's ability was not as simple as the early stage of the foundational building realm. It was simply unfathomable. Lin Yi smiled. Up until now, he had yet to use his true ability. Although Murongzhen's ability was not bad, she was still quite a distance away from him. Although she was not considered weak among the early stage of the foundational building realm, compared to him, she was still quite a distance away. Even if he did not use a cheating move like the Qi Bomb, Lin Yi could fight evenly with Yu Zhe, a middle-stage foundational building realm master, with his own ability. He could even beat his opponent half to death. However, compared to Yu Zhe, Murongzhen was obviously weaker. Murongzhen could not help but let out a cold snort when he saw that. At the same time, she was secretly annoyed. She completely stopped looking down on him. Looking at the situation before her, it was obvious that Lin Yi, who was in the early stage of the foundational building realm, was looking down on her, who was in the peak of the early stage of the foundational building realm. Brother Lin, do you know why my move is called Phantom Finger? Murongzhen suddenly giggled. Phantom Finger? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Her move was fast, and the blinding white light did have the effect of confusing people. However, it did not seem to match the word phantom. Just as Lin Yi and the crowd below the ring were waiting for an explanation, Murongzhen suddenly moved. At first glance, her move looked exactly the same as before. However, that was only in the eyes of the spectators below the ring. From Lin Yi's point of view, it was a completely different feeling. The phantom finger just now was merely a flash of white light. However, in Lin Yi's eyes, there were dozens of white lights coming from all directions at the same time. There was no way for him to dodge. Visual deception? Lin Yi reacted immediately. She was using visual deception to create the so-called phantom effect so that people could not defend against it. However, wasn't this a little too much? At a lower level, this kind of move was indeed brilliant and impossible to defend against. However, for cultivators above the foundational level, even if they closed their eyes and did not use their sight, they could still rely on their superhuman senses to fight. There was no doubt that Lin Yi's senses were sharp. However, when he closed his eyes, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because when he closed his eyes, the dozens of white lights were still in his brain. Did you think my phantom finger was only deceiving your eyes? Brother Lin, you are too childish. Seeing this, Murongzhen laughed coldly. If it was such a low-level martial arts technique, how could it be her signature move? Phantom finger did not simply deceive one's sight. What it deceived was one's divine sense. At the foundational level, it was difficult to rely on basic senses such as sight and hearing to control a battle. What cultivators relied on the most was divine sense. The core of the phantom finger that Murongzhen cultivated was to deceive divine sense. For most cultivators, once their divine sense could not distinguish the real from the fake, they would be at a loss. The speed was extremely fast, but it was difficult to tell the real from the fake. The phantom finger was a powerful martial arts technique that focused all the qi into one point to create explosive damage. Murongzhen's target was usually the throat, which was a fatal point. Individually, these points were not too difficult to deal with. However, if they were combined, Even a peak early-stage foundational cultivator would be under a lot of pressure. Interesting. Is this woman finally going all out? Lin Yi can only wait for his death. Meng Jueguang's eyes brightened as he watched. From other people's perspective, Murongzhen's move was no different from the first test. The only person who had been deceived was Lin Yi, who was on the stage. However, Meng Jueguang had heard of the phantom finger technique before. Chapter 3881. If he couldn't tell which one was real, he couldn't dodge it. If he couldn't dodge, he could only fight it head-on. Even if he could guess the direction of the phantom finger's attack, how could he block it head-on? Other than deceiving the divine sense, the phantom finger's other specialty was that it was good at breaking through the opponent's defense. If he fought it head-on, even an expert of the same level would be afraid. Moreover, Lin Yi's ability was much weaker than Murongzhen's. Although Meng Jueguang tempted Murongzhen to challenge Lin Yi and imagined Murongzhen killing Lin Yi in the ring, when the moment finally came, he suddenly felt that it was unreal. This wonderful feeling was like a dream. Unfortunately, Meng Jueguang's dream was destined to not come true. Deceiving the divine sense is indeed a brilliant technique, but in the face of absolute power, what use is it? Lin Yi put his fists in front of his throat without a change in expression. His entire body exploded with a scorching heat, giving people the feeling that they'd fallen into a sea of fire in an instant. Although Lin Yi had no way of determining which white light was the real phantom finger, he was sure that Murongzhen had locked onto his throat. Therefore, no matter which direction the attack came from, the final target would definitely be his throat. Then things would be simple. All he had to do was protect his throat and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Murongzhen was shocked by the heat on Lin Yi's body. It was rare to see such a domineering fist intent. Even if Lin Yi didn't release it, the heat on the ring was enough to make people breathless. If Murongzhen didn't use her true qi to suppress it, the clothes on her body would have burned to ashes. However, when she saw Lin Yi's action of protecting his throat, she immediately sneered. If he could block the phantom finger by simply protecting his throat, then what was the point of this beauty? Murongzhen's thoughts moved, and the phantom finger's target instantly changed to Lin Yi's chest. There are so many vital points on the human body, and the throat isn't the only one. With her mastery of the phantom finger, even if she wanted to change it at the last moment, it would be a piece of cake. However, Murongzhen soon realized that he was wrong. Not only was he wrong, but he was ridiculously wrong. Lin Yi was waiting for the moment she changed her target. No technique was perfect, and no matter how good the phantom finger was, it was impossible for it to be flawless. Sometimes, it would also reveal a flaw, such as the moment when she changed her target. Among the dozens of white lights, there was one that was clearly more responsive than the others. Although the difference was negligible and it was difficult for an ordinary cultivator to detect it, Lin Yi could. 23rd Style of Frenzy Fist. 2 consecutive shot. After this period of concentrated cultivation, Lin Yi had completely grasped the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. Even if it was a powerful martial skill like the 23 styles of the Frenzy Fist, he could still execute it twice in a row. His fist met the phantom finger. The other punch was aimed at Murongzhen's face. Boom! The illusory finger and the frenzied fire fist's raging fist intent clashed head-on. Indeed, it was as Lin Yi had expected. Even though the frenzied fire fist was a tough and tyrannical martial technique, it was not able to withstand the frenzied fire fist's attack. It was also very difficult to gain any advantage. After the collision, the 23rd style of the frenzy fist was actually penetrated and stabbed into Lin Yi's chest. Fortunately, Lin Yi had a strong protective layer of vital energy. Moreover, after colliding with the frenzied fire fist, Phantom Finger was already an arrow at the end of its flight. However, the injuries on Lin Yi's body were merely flesh wounds. They did not injure any vital parts at all. On the other hand, Murongzhen was not having such a good time. She never thought that Lin Yi would dare to divert his attention to deal with her while dealing with her Phantom Finger. He actually had the strength to deal with her. It was simply unimaginable. Caught off guard, the fiery fist intent of the wildfire fist surged toward her. Murongzhen's beautiful face immediately turned pale. It was important to know that the phantom finger had consumed most of her true qi, and she was in an awkward state of having no energy left. In a panic, Murong-jun, an expert at the peak of the early stage of the foundational building realm, screamed in fear. She was at a loss for what to do, so she used the phantom finger again at the cost of suffering internal injuries. Unfortunately, the phantom finger was indeed powerful when it was used to attack. However, it was not enough when it was used to defend. The characteristic of using a single point to break the surface was completely useless in a situation like this. The phantom finger could only break the strongest point of the frenzied fire fist, but it could not block the rest of the attack at all. Bang! Murong-jun's entire body was instantly enveloped by the fiery fist intent of the frenzied fire fist. It was not enough to seriously injure or kill her, but it definitely did not feel good either. At the very least, Murong-jun's current appearance was extremely embarrassing. Not only was her hair and face unkempt from the fire, but her exposed skin was also charred. Even her thin clothes were burned into tatters, revealing her alluring body. The crowd below the stage gulped. Initially, the crowd was on Murong-jun's side. However, after enjoying the feast for their eyes, they secretly praised Lin Yi for doing a great job. If it wasn't for the perverted Lin Yi who helped them burn their clothes, they would not have had the chance to admire Murong-jun's beautiful body. She was indeed a little embarrassed, but there was a rare charm to her. However, Murong-jun, who was on the stage, had a stomach full of anger. She wore such thin clothes on the stage, so she did not mind the people below the stage taking a look at her. In reality, she actually enjoyed the feeling because it could attract the crowd's attention. It would make them unable to control themselves and prostrate themselves before her. However, she never thought that she would be so embarrassed by Lin Yi. After all, she had challenged Lin Yi today not only to make a deal with Meng Jueguang, but also to vent her anger. Who asked Lin Yi to ignore her and seduce Murong-jun? In the end, not only did she fail to vent her anger, she ended up in such a sorry state. She had embarrassed herself so much. How was she going to stand in front of the people below the stage in the future? Lin Yi, go! Murong-jun did not care about the awkwardness of being exposed. She gritted her teeth and was about to attack Lin Yi again. She only looked like she was in a sorry state, but she might not actually be seriously injured. At least in her opinion, she still had the strength to fight. She could not tolerate what had happened today. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yi's silhouette suddenly appeared in front of her. Without a word, he raised his palm. Slap. Chapter 3882. TSK, TSK. What a mess. Lin Yi said nonchalantly as he stood in the ring. It felt like he was just a bystander. A mere slap sent a powerhouse at the peak of the early stage of the foundation building stage flying? What kind of bullshit plot was that? The crowd took a long time to come back to their senses. Even Meng Jueguang's jaw dropped as if he had just seen a ghost. He could not close his mouth for a long time. To their knowledge, Lin Yi was only a powerhouse at the early stage of the foundation building stage. No matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could be more powerful than Murong-jun, a powerhouse at the peak of the foundation building stage. In Meng Jueguang's expectation, Lin Yi would be lucky if he could survive today. Even if he could not, he would at least pay the price of being heavily injured. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Not only did Lin Yi not die in Murong-jun's hands, but Murong-jun, whom he had high hopes for, was slapped off the ring. How embarrassing was that? On the other hand, on Lin Yi's side, he only suffered a flesh wound on his chest. Looking at how nonchalant he was, it could not even be considered a minor injury. At most, it was just a scratch. Boss is mighty. Xiao Hongcai could not help but compliment loudly as she watched Lin Yi walk off the ring so casually. Beside her, senior brother Xiao Qiao and Xiao Ran were overjoyed too. Although they were confident in Lin Yi's abilities, they never thought he could win so easily. He casually slapped his opponent off the ring. It was unbelievable. Boss Lin Yi's abilities were ridiculously powerful. Lin Yi smiled and turned to Murong-jun, who was still in a daze. Ms. Murong, thank you for letting me win. I'm sorry for ruining your clothes. However, if you fight me again, I advise you to wear something that's fireproof. Gasp. It was only then that Murong-jun came back to his senses with a gasp. When he saw Lin Yi's calm yet terrifying gaze, he could not help but shudder. He clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. However, he didn't dare to utter a single word. In that instant, Lin Yi's strength had been deeply imprinted in her mind. Just thinking about it made her tremble. Towards Lin Yi, she unconsciously felt a fear that even she herself didn't notice. A dignified expert at the peak of the early stage of Foundation establishment was actually slapped out of the arena by a fellow who claimed to be in the early stage of Foundation establishment. Ever since she was young, Murong-jun had never even heard of such a thing, let alone encountered it. Previously, she had thought that Lin Yi was only slightly more powerful. It was no big deal at all. But now, after experiencing that frightening slap, the trembling that came from the depths of her soul told her that no matter how unwilling and unconvinced she was, Lin Yi was a person she could not afford to offend. Just how powerful is this guy? Murong-jun was already screaming in her heart. If anyone dared to tell her that Lin Yi was only in the early stage of Foundation establishment, she would definitely twist that person's head off and use it as a urinal. She would then slap herself off the arena. Was he really in the early stage of Foundation establishment? This guy was at least an expert at the peak of the early stage of Foundation establishment, or even stronger. Otherwise, there was no way he could have done that. Murong-jun's gaze toward him was now filled with a hint of fear. Lin Yi knew that he had achieved his goal today. He smiled and walked back to his senior brothers. Since he was able to slap Murong-jun just now, naturally, he could kill her. However, it was not the right time to kill her. If he defeated Murong-jun, nobody would notice. However, it would be different if he killed Murong-jun. Although there were more fights in the welcoming pavilion, there weren't many deaths. If the Southern Skygate noticed it and became suspicious, it would not be worth it. The battle today was not only a warning to Murong-jun, but it was also a warning to Meng Jueguang and the others. He did not expect them to give up, but at least he could scare them for a while, which would save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. As for his strength at the peak of the early stage of Foundation establishment, it was only a matter of time before it was exposed. After all, after more than a month of observation, Lin Yi was sure that the Southern Skygate and Yuzha had shifted their attention away from him. Therefore, even if he were to reveal his strength at the peak of the early stage of Foundation establishment, it would not be a problem. Fuck me. What kind of monster is this kid? Did he take the wrong medicine? Otherwise, how could his strength improve so quickly? Meng Jueguang was shocked when he sensed the powerful aura emitting from Lin Yi's body from afar. Even though he was close to breaking through to the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he was only at the peak of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. In other words, Lin Yi, a newcomer from the mortal world, who had only been in the welcoming pavilion for less than 4 months, was already on par with him, the eldest senior brother in charge? That's impossible. Meng Jueguang subconsciously eliminated the possibility. If Lin Yi's success in building his foundation was due to the foundation building pill, it was still acceptable. However, he had only built his foundation for 2 months, yet he had already reached the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. That was completely unheard of. It must be the limit of the golden core. Meng Jueguang immediately came up with a more acceptable explanation. The limit of the golden core allowed a cultivator to unleash a power that surpassed their cultivation level for a short period of time. Even if the cultivator had reached the foundation establishment realm, the effect would not be weakened. As long as the cultivator was below the foundation establishment realm, it would be effective. Lin Yi must have predicted that Murong-jun would challenge him today, so he had prepared the limit of the golden core in advance. It was even possible that he had consumed 2 golden cores in a row regardless of the cost. That was why he could defeat Murong-jun in the arena. Right. That makes sense. Meng Jueguang's mood improved a lot. Otherwise, if Lin Yi really became an expert at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, he would really be in trouble. It was no longer a question of whether or not he could defeat Lin Yi. In less than 4 months after entering the welcoming pavilion, Lin Yi had advanced from the peak of the heaven stage all the way to the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Such a genius was enough to attract the attention of all the higher-ups in the Blue Cloud Pavilion. One should know that Lin Yi was not like Murong-jun. He was born in the secular world, a real grassroots newcomer. Every breakthrough he made was proof of his talent in cultivation. If Lin Yi could maintain such a miraculous performance, it would not be a problem for him to have a meteoric rise in the future. If he had a little more opportunity, it was very likely that he would become a future leader of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, like Ram Jie of the Soaring Pavilion. That was not something that Meng Jueguang could deal with. Even if he became the third pavilion head of the Welcoming Pavilion, it would be useless. Chapter 3883. While Meng Jueguang was deceiving himself and others, Murong-jun, who had been humiliated in front of everyone, looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. Then, she quietly got up and walked back to her cabin. This time, Lin Yi had given her a solid lesson. No matter how much hatred she bore in her heart, at least for now, she didn't dare to provoke Lin Yi so easily. Seeing that Murong-jun was about to leave, Qiao Hongcai could not help but want to jump out and challenge her. He was not a gentleman and he did not know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Previously, when he was forced to admit defeat, he was filled with anger. Now that he had a chance to get back at her, he would not let it go easily. However, he was stopped by Lin Yi. It was not that Lin Yi was soft-hearted and wanted to let this woman go. He knew that in the battle just now, he did not use up all of Murong-jun's vital energy, nor did he injure her severely. He only made her leave the stage. If Qiao Hongcai were to challenge her now, the result would still be disastrous, so he might as well be generous. Since Lin Yi had spoken, Qiao Hongcai naturally would not disobey. However, it was already the last round of the newcomer challenge. Apart from Murong-jun, he only had his own boss, Lin Yi. There was no way for him to challenge anyone, so he was itching to fight. After a while, Qiao Hongcai's gaze finally fell on Meng Tong and he provoked, "Newcomer Meng, since we have nothing to do, why don't we fight? This is the last round. My ranking is higher than yours, so I can't take the initiative to challenge you. But don't tell me you're also holding back and don't dare to challenge me. Or are you afraid of being beaten up by me in the last 2 rounds?" As soon as he said this, the audience, who were still immersed in the shock of Lin Yi slapping Murong-jun, suddenly became interested again. Lin Yi had just finished beating up Murong-jun, and Qiao Hongcai immediately went to provoke Meng Tong. Today was indeed the last round of the newcomer challenge competition. It was so exciting. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the lumber waist, whom he looked down upon, provoked him. With his bad temper, Meng Tong could not tolerate it. "Fuck you." If it was Lin Yi who said this, then it would be fine. But you're just a useless subordinate, and you dare to provoke me. Who the hell do you think you are? You want me to challenge you, right? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Today, I'll let you die knowing. Not waiting for Meng Jueguang to speak, Meng Tong took the initiative to jump into the arena, sneering at Qiao Hongcai and beckoning with his finger. If not for Murong-jun, according to Meng Jueguang's original plan, he planned to let him consume the Meridian Heart-Shattering Pill to increase his strength to the peak of the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, then he would challenge Lin Yi. But now, because of Murong-jun, Meng Tong was not in a hurry. After all, if Murong-jun fought against Lin Yi first, he would not lose anything, so his strength was still at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. If the one who provoked him was Lin Yi, then Meng Tong would not have the confidence to go into the arena. Meng Tong really didn't have the confidence to go on stage. However, the other party was just trash Qiao. You were lucky enough to survive the previous 2 times, so why are you so arrogant? Every time I provoke him, he wins. This guy is really an obedient idiot. Qiao Hongcai smiled, rolled up her sleeves, and walked into the arena. The crowd was boiling. Every time these 2 guys fought, it was bloody and tragic. Today was really a good show. If you have any last words, leave them quickly. Otherwise, people will say that I'm inhumane. I'll kill you later, and people will say that I don't even allow people to leave their last words. Meng Tong sneered disdainfully. He had not consumed the Meridian Heart-Shattering Pill yet. But in the past, Meng Jueguang specially gave him a lot of supplementary pills to nourish his body so that he could withstand the powerful medicinal power of the Meridian Heart-Shattering Pill. So even if Meng Tong was not the peak of the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, His condition was better than ever. He had no chance of winning against Lin Yi, but if it was just a mere lumber waste, he did not care at all. However, Xiao Hongcai looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. Why don't you leave some for yourself? You were beaten like a dead dog 2 times in a row. I'm curious where you get your confidence from. Looking at your expression, did you take some medicine, or did you take the wrong medicine? Me. Sharp-tongued. Meng Tong snorted coldly and attacked angrily. He had always put himself on the same level as Lin Yi. Naturally, he would not waste his breath on a small fry like Xiao Hongcai. Even though both of them were injured twice, Xiao Hongcai was still not worthy of his attention. Feeling the strength of Meng Tong's leg, Xiao Hongcai was slightly stunned. It's a little stronger than before. But I haven't rested for the past 2 months. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds of fists and kicks landing on flesh could be heard. The fight between Xiao Hongcai and Meng Tong was as brutal and bloody as ever. They were too familiar with each other. There were no tricks, it was purely a head-on fight. Half an hour later, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, Meng Tong was thrown out of the arena by Xiao Hongcai like a dead dog. Although he was in such a miserable state that he could barely stand, there was no doubt that Xiao Hongcai had won this time. Motherfucker! Meng Jueguang's eyes were wide open. When Meng Tong was provoked into going up the arena, he had already sensed that something was wrong. However, Meng Tong's brain was full of paste. Before he could stop him, Meng Tong had already fallen into the trap and went up the arena. Now, more than a month's worth of elixirs had been wasted. If he wanted to let Meng Tong take the Meridian heart-shattering pill, he would have to start from scratch again. This guy was a fucking useless fool. However, seeing that Xiao Hongcai could barely win against Meng Tong, this made Meng Jueguang even more certain that Lin Yi and his gang must have taken the extreme golden pill. Not only did Lin Yi use it, even Xiao Hongcai must have used it. Otherwise, with his huge disadvantage in martial arts, it was impossible for him to defeat Meng Tong at his peak condition. Unbeknownst to him, his victory over Meng Tong was the result of Xiao Hongcai's 2 months of hard work. Heaven rewarded the diligent. Not everyone could be like Xiao Hongcai, spending 24 hours a day on cultivation. First, there was the pinnacle battle between Lin Yi and Murong Zhen. Then, there was the tragic battle between Xiao Hongcai and Meng Tong. With these 2 powerhouses taking the lead, the other rookies were also influenced. They seized the last chance to challenge as though they were on stimulants. Even Cha Wu, who had nominally fallen into Cave Abode 16 at the foot of the mountain, mustered his courage to make one last attempt. Of course, Cha Wu's title of being a weakling among Blue Cloud Pavilion's rookies was confirmed in the end. He was defeated without any suspense. When the final round of the challenge ended, other than 2 or 3 people, all the other rookies of Blue Cloud Pavilion were injured. A few of them had serious injuries that were in no way inferior to Meng Tong's. It was obvious how tragic it was. Chapter 3884. In Lin Yi's group, other than Lin Yi, who was confined to Cave Abode No. 1 at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai had earned a lot of challenge points, especially Xiao Hongcai. Although she had been entangled with Meng Tong, she had earned a total of 96 points from beginning to end, which was the highest among the rookies in Blue Cloud Pavilion. Xiao Ran did well too, earning 75 points. As for Lin Yi, he only had 2 chances to fight in the past 2 months. The first time was against Cha Wu, and the second time was against Murong Zhen today. He had earned a total of 18 points. As for the smug Meng Tong, he had only earned 54 points because of Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai's sudden rise. He did not even achieve half of his expectations. He did not even achieve the minimum goal of overtaking Lin Yi. It was a complete failure. Ignoring the spiritual medicine test that had yet to be completed, the rookies in Blue Cloud Pavilion were ranked first with 138 points, tied for first place with Xiao Hongcai and Lin Yi with 138 points. Meng Tong was ranked third with 126 points. Xiao Ran was ranked fourth with 118 points. Li Zhengming was ranked fifth with 73 points. This result was out of everyone's expectations. No one had expected that Xiao Hongcai, who was known as trash, would suddenly emerge as a well-deserved dark horse and sit on the throne of first place. It was so dazzling that it blinded everyone's eyes. Looking at the ranking, Meng Jueguang's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The rumors had already revealed that as long as he could break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment in the near future, becoming the third pavilion master of Welcome Pavilion would be a foregone conclusion. This was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but the point ranking in front of him was a slap to his face no matter how he looked at it. He had spent a large amount of resources, but the newcomer under him couldn't even get second place. How could he call himself the third pavilion master in the future? Just as Meng Jueguang was filled with anger, someone suddenly delivered an exquisite invitation card. Looking at the name of the person on it, Meng Jueguang was stunned. Meng Jueguang's eyes lit up. Early the next morning, someone triggered the cave abode's restriction. When Lin Yi saw the person in front of him, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This time, the person who came was actually Blue Cloud Pavilion's publicly acknowledged weakling, Cha Wu. "Why are you looking for me?" Lin Yi looked Cha Wu up and down in surprise. Because Cha Wu stood up to challenge him in the first round of the challenge, he had a deep impression of this weakling. He was weak and liked to speculate, but he didn't have much wisdom. He only had that little bit of cleverness, and he wouldn't amount to anything in the future. This was the impression that Cha Wu had left on Lin Yi. According to Lin Yi's understanding, this fellow was considered one of the earlier batch of people to rely on Meng Jueguang. However, he had never been treated well, and his current situation was very bleak. His pitiful rookie assessment points were almost in the negative. Why would such a fellow come to look for him? After seeing Lin Yi, Cha Wu had a flattering smile on his face. "Boss Lin Yi, I'm really sorry for disturbing your cultivation. I'm really sorry to disturb your cultivation, but I have a piece of news that you might be interested in, so I wanted to report it to you." "What news?" Lin Yi's expression didn't change. In his heart, however, he understood a little. Could it be that this fellow couldn't stay on Meng Jueguang's side anymore, so he wanted to defect and become a spy like Li Jingming? With Cha Wu's opportunistic nature, it was very possible. After all, with his current situation, if he continued to blindly follow behind Meng Jueguang, he was destined to never be able to stand out. On the contrary, if Lin Yi's side could accept him. Although he might not receive much attention, the key was that Lin Yi had few subordinates. Even if he couldn't get the meat, he would still be able to get some soup to drink. Moreover, there was an old saying that went, 1,000 gold to buy a horse's bones. As long as Lin Yi had the slightest bit of ambition, he would definitely not be too shabby to Cha Wu, who was a pioneer. In fact, not only could he not be shabby, but he had to treat him well. Only then could he attract more people to switch to his side. However, once this matter was exposed, Meng Jueguang's side would definitely not let him go. Cha Wu definitely didn't have the guts to do so. He probably wanted to be a spy to deliver information. As long as he was a little more careful, he would be able to get some benefits without too much risk. What surprised Lin Yi, however, was the fact that someone like Cha Wu couldn't possibly get any valuable information from him, could he? Cha Wu carefully looked left and right. When he saw that there was no one around, he moved in front of Lin Yi and whispered, "Boss Lin Yi, last night, I saw Meng Jueguang sneak into the small wooden house. He only left quietly this morning when the sky was about to brighten. I don't think I need to say more about what happened inside." "Really?" Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Absolutely. I kept my eyes on the small wooden house last night. If there is even half a lie, I will be struck by lightning." Cha Wu hurriedly swore. When Lin Yi heard this, he gave him a strange look. This fellow really had nothing better to do. Why was he staring at the small wooden house instead of cultivating? His intentions were obvious. He probably wanted to take advantage of Murongzhen, but he didn't have the guts or the strength to do so. He could only peep every day to satisfy his dirty thoughts. It was not an injustice that this fellow would become the weakling at the bottom of all the rookies. He only had himself to blame. Cha Wu blushed when he was stared at by Lin Yi. He shrunk his neck weakly before he heard Lin Yi say, "Other than this, is there anything else? If there isn't, then forgive me for not sending you off." Ah, all right. Boss Lin Yi, then this lowly one will take his leave first. Wu could only turn around and leave in disappointment. He thought that since he had taken the initiative to provide this information to Lin Yi would at least show some appreciation. In the end, he did not gain anything and came here for nothing. Lin Yi looked at Wu's back and shook his head with a smile. This Wu was really thinking too much if he wanted to rely on such information to gain recognition. Indeed, he only had petty tricks and could not be put on the table. However, the information provided by Wu was still very valuable to Lin Yi. Although Murongzhen was an out-and-out coquettish woman, there had never been a precedent of her staying overnight after she came here. Even the so-called tea party in the wooden house was only a feast for the eyes. It did not have any substantial benefits. However, Meng Jueguang was actually able to stay overnight in the wooden house. With Murongzhen's coquettish nature, it was obvious what would happen if a man and woman were to be alone in a room. And the background of this matter was the final battle of the Rookie Challenge yesterday. Murongzhen had been slapped off the stage by Lin Yi. On the other side, Meng Tong had been beaten half to death by Qiao Hongcai. Putting everything together, the conclusion was very obvious. This woman, Murongzhen, was prepared to get involved with Meng Jueguang and hug each other for warmth. From the separation of the three kingdoms to the alliance of Wu against Wei, Lin Yi had expected this, but he did not expect the two to react so quickly. They had already gotten together last night. Chapter 3885. Among the newcomers in the Blue Cloud Pavilion, Lin Yi and his gang were the most powerful. After the battle yesterday, there was no doubt about it. Whether it was Meng Jueguang or Murongzhen, they would only be looking for trouble if they fought them alone. However, if the two of them worked together, the situation would become a little tricky. Meng Jueguang was about to be promoted to the third pavilion leader of the Welcome Pavilion. Be it his power or influence, both would increase by a notch. Now that he had Murongzhen, an expert at the peak of the early stage of the foundation building realm, and Meng Tong, they would have two experts at the peak of the early stage of the foundation building realm if they took the Meridian Heart-Shattering Pill. A formation like this was already invincible in front of the newcomers. From Meng Jueguang's point of view, even if Lin Yi did not rely on the golden pill to send Murongzhen flying during the battle, and purely relied on his own strength, there was nothing to worry about. Two peak early-stage foundation building experts working together, how could they not be able to defeat a mere Lin Yi? As for Xiao Ran and Qiao Hongcai, these two early-stage foundation building experts, Meng Jueguang no longer cared about them. Once they lost Lin Yi's protection, these two would only be stepping stones for Murongzhen and Meng Tong to step on. Two peak early-stage foundation building experts? Hehe, interesting. Lin Yi shook his head and smiled indifferently. He did not seem to be worried at all. The people that posed a fatal threat to him were the South Heaven Gate and Shu Lingchong. As for Meng Jueguang and Murongzhen who were right in front of him, he had already categorized them as shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They were nothing to worry about. Even with his current strength, it was more than enough to deal with them. Besides, the next two heart-devouring exquisite herbs would soon mature. Once he successfully refined the foundation building pill, he would immediately advance to the mid-stage foundation building realm. Murongzhen and Meng Tong, if they were not shrimp soldiers and crab generals in his eyes, what else could they be? The Rookie Challenge had ended. In less than a month's time, the welcoming pavilion did not arrange any assessment tasks for the rookies. Only after the trial of elixirs had ended would the fifth segment of the newcomer assessment officially begin. Murongzhen and Meng Jueguang teaming up would not affect Lin Yi in the short term. Even if these people wanted to work together to do something, they would have to wait until the fifth round of the newcomer assessment. This period of time was the best opportunity for the other rookies to recuperate after the long and tiring Rookie Challenge competition. At the same time, it was the best opportunity for them to nurture their elixir seeds. After all, they had nothing else to do during this period of time. There was no newcomer assessment mission, and even the 3-month mining contract signed with Spirit Jade Hall had already expired. It just so happened that he could focus on cultivating the last batch of spiritual medicine seeds without any distractions. This was also the initial plan of many rookies. In the first 2 months of the challenge, they had only experimented with a small number of spiritual herb seeds to gain experience. Most of their efforts were left for the final month. How many points they could obtain in this segment, or whether or not they could protect their points from being deducted, all depended on their performance. The days passed one by one. The rookies rushed to the Pill Hall's spirit medicine nursery before the deadline. Overall, the trial of elixirs was very beneficial to the rookies, especially to the rookies from Blue Cloud Pavilion who had the worst conditions. It was exactly the same as what he had expected. It was a completely deceptive segment. Even if they had the last month to cultivate with all their might, the final result was that besides Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai, both of them had submitted 6 spiritual herb seeds. Other than that, the one who did the best was Meng Tong, but he only managed to cultivate a total of 3 spiritual herb seeds. The others generally only managed to cultivate 1 or 2 spiritual herb seeds. There were even quite a number of people who ate duck eggs. In other words, according to the calculation of points for the trial of elixirs, other than Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai, even Meng Tong, who had the best results, would have some points deducted in this segment. As for the others, needless to say, it was even more dismal. Fortunately, these people were quite sensible when choosing the spirit herb seeds. They only chose at least 10 spirit herb seeds. If they had chosen more than that, they might have lost more than 10 points in this segment. They wouldn't even have a place to cry. However, under the reminder of someone, the rookies recalled that when choosing the spiritual herb seeds, not all the rookies had only submitted 10 spiritual herb seeds. A certain impressive Blue Cloud Pavilion rookie had submitted a maximum of 40 spiritual herb seeds in one go. However, now that the deadline had arrived, this pretentious head of Blue Cloud Pavilion's #1 rookie had not submitted a single spiritual herb seed that had been cultivated into a living form. This was the mentality of most people. Even these cultivators were no exception. If they were unhappy with their own losses, they would definitely find a way to balance it out with others. At least in the trial of elixirs, Lin Yi was definitely the one who could make them feel the most at ease. Back then, he had drawn a total of 40 spiritual herb seeds, but now there was no movement at all. That meant that this guy would have 40 assessment points deducted all of a sudden. To be able to see the #1 rookie suffer such a setback, what a delightful thing to see. This was originally Lin Yi's matter. No matter how many points he had lost, it had nothing to do with the others. However, under the deliberate incitement of people like Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong, it became extremely popular. Especially on the day of the deadline, all the Blue Cloud Pavilion rookies came out in full force. They did not do anything else just to watch Lin Yi suffer. Seeing Meng Jueguang leading the Blue Cloud Pavilion rookies to surround the entrance of Lin Yi's cave abode early in the morning, the bitter senior, Xiao Ran, and Xiao Hongcai could not help but look at each other. This bunch of people must be sick in the head. Instead of cultivating, they came here to watch boss. They must have nothing better to do. Even if the boss loses 40 points, it's only a matter of time before he can take first place. What does this bunch of weaklings have to do with it? Xiao Hongcai's face was filled with displeasure as he looked at everyone's gloating expression. Even the honest senior, at this moment, was filled with righteous indignation. Meng Jueguang is too despicable. He is stirring up so many people to fan the flames. He is just trying to get rid of the prestige that junior brother Lin has built up in the previous rounds. This way, he can cover up his own incompetence. Although they stood on Lin Yi's side, even the bitter senior could not help but break out in cold sweat for Lin Yi. Chapter 3886. If they want to watch the show, then let them watch. Who knows who will be the one making a fool of themselves later? Xiao Ran, who was at the side, didn't seem worried at all. His and Xiao Hongcai's spiritual herb seeds were cultivated by Lin Yi. The two of them only handed in 6 seeds, and this was already deliberately holding back. If it wasn't for the fear of arousing suspicion by handing in too many seeds, the two of them could have handed in even more. After all, with the poor conditions of the newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion, it was already very rare to cultivate 6 spiritual herb seeds out of 10. If they handed in more than that, it would be a little too ridiculous. Moreover, with Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai's current positions, the points from the spiritual herb trial were already insignificant to them. There was no need to arouse suspicion for a mere point. The spiritual herb seeds that Lin Yi cultivated for the two of them had such a high survival rate, but his own spiritual herb seeds were completely annihilated. How was this possible? Based on Xiao Ran's understanding of Lin Yi, this boss of his might be deliberately hiding it so that some clowns would be humiliated. Not only Xiao Ran, but Li Zhengming also had the same thought in the crowd, waiting for Meng Jueguang's group to be slapped in the face. Amidst the bustling crowd, the door of cave abode number 1 at the foot of the mountain finally opened. When Lin Yi saw the crowd blocking his door, he was obviously a little stunned. "Oh, so early?" Lin Yi smiled slightly, but his next words immediately made everyone's faces darken. "I heard such a big commotion just now, and I thought a group of beggars had appeared and blocked my cave abode to beg for food. I didn't expect it to be you guys. How interesting. Beggars. You're the one who's begging." Everyone cursed in their hearts. However, when they thought about it carefully, weren't they just beggars blocking the door to beg for food? Sending themselves to the door to be ridiculed. Just thinking about it, they were really cheap. At this moment, Meng Jueguang couldn't help but say, "Lin Yi, have you forgotten what day it is today?" "Today?" Lin Yi thought for a moment. Suddenly, he slapped his head and said, "That's right, senior brother Meng, you've reminded me. Is today the day of the spirit jade distribution? In the past few times, you always gave me the smallest. This time, you can't be biased anymore. Also, if anyone wants to exchange spirit jades with me, hurry up and line up to bid. First come, first served, fuck me." What the fuck was going on? Was this kid really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Meng Jueguang was stunned for a long time. He was already cursing in his heart. However, Murong Zhen, who was beside him, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Putting aside his strength and standpoint, Lin Yi was quite an interesting person. "Lin Yi, don't try to change the topic. I have to remind you that today is the last day of the trial of spiritual medicine. Previously, you submitted 40 spiritual medicine seeds in one go, but now, you haven't submitted a single one. Do you know what the consequences will be?" Meng Jueguang snorted coldly with a straight face. When everyone heard this, they instantly became spirited. "Here comes the show. What consequences? Isn't it just a deduction of 40 assessment points?" Lin Yi said with a playful expression. "Deducting 40 assessment points? H. Wasting 40 spiritual medicine seeds that my spiritual medicine nursery has painstakingly cultivated. Junior brother, aren't you thinking too simply of the consequences?" Before Meng Jueguang could say anything, someone in the distance had already responded on his behalf with a cold snort. The crowd couldn't help but be shocked. Hearing the voice, they looked over and saw 3 figures slowly approaching from afar. Beside him were 2 familiar faces, Kang Zhaoming and Zhong Pingliang. The one in the middle was the leader. The person in the middle was the sissy manager of the spiritual medicine nursery that they met in the pill hall when they distributed the spiritual medicine seeds. Why was this person here? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow when he saw this, but when he saw this situation, even if he used his toes to think, he could guess that this sissy manager's sudden arrival was something that Kang Mingming and Meng Jueguang had discussed beforehand. Senior brother Bitter quickly gave Lin Yi a look. This person had come with ill intentions. They had to be careful today, otherwise, something big would really happen. Lin Yi, however, smiled non-committally and looked on coldly from the sidelines, waiting to see what would happen. When the sissy manager of the spiritual medicine nursery approached them, the newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion all perked up. No matter how sissy this person was, he was still someone who held authority in the pill hall. Now that he had personally come to cause trouble for Lin Yi, the excitement today was really not in vain. Kang Mingming walked over and said with a chuckle, "Boss Lin Yi, when I was tallying up the assessment points, I discovered that all 40 of your spiritual medicine seeds were wiped out. I felt that this matter was a little strange, so I specially invited the manager of the spiritual medicine nursery over to take a look. This is my duty, I hope you don't mind." This guy was really despicable. Qiao Hongcai, Xiao Ran, and the others raised their middle fingers in unison. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched when he heard this, but it wasn't because of Kang Mingming's despicable face. It was because this was the first time he had heard this name. The manager of the spiritual medicine nursery? This name was truly worthy of this manager's sissy temperament. Which other man would come up with such a fucking name? The manager of the spiritual medicine nursery carefully sized up Lin Yi with her phoenix eyes. She raised her thumb and middle finger and said in a strange tone, "Junior brother, when you reported 40 spiritual medicine seeds previously, I reminded you out of goodwill, right?" "That's right." Lin Yi nodded lightly. "I clearly told you beforehand that the newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion can't nurture any spiritual medicine seeds with such conditions, but you still stubbornly chose it. Back then, I thought you were an alchemist and had some ability, but I didn't expect all 40 spiritual medicine seeds to be wiped out. Do you know what this means?" The manager's voice became increasingly flirtatious, almost comparable to Murong Zhan's. "I don't know. Please enlighten me, Manager Spiritual Medicine Nursery." Lin Yi was still calm and composed. Every spiritual medicine seed, even if it's mass-produced, is still something that the entire spirit medicine nursery has put in a lot of effort. This time, the higher-ups have given the order to take them out for the newcomer assessment. Even if you know that you'll lose more than 80% of the spiritual medicine nursery, I have nothing to say. At this point, the manager's voice suddenly turned cold. However, you clearly know that you don't have the ability, but you still insisted on reporting 40 spiritual medicine seeds. This is not normal. Can I take it that this junior brother is deliberately destroying the fruits of my spirit medicine nursery's hard work? Without waiting for Lin Yi's response, Meng Jueguang already chimed in, "That's right. Although I, Meng Jueguang, am the newcomer manager of Blue Cloud Pavilion, I will not blindly shield or be partial to this kind of irresponsible behavior that damages the precious resources of the 3 pavilions. Manager Spiritual Medicine Nursery, I promise you that you can do whatever you want with Lin Yi. We will do our best to cooperate." Chapter 3887. "Very well, then I'll have to trouble Steward Meng to subdue this Lin Yi first, then report this to the Pill Division's elder," the spiritual flower steward said decisively. He wasn't in cahoots with Meng Jueguang and the others, but he really felt sorry for those spiritual medicine seeds. There were 40 of them, and they were all destroyed by a newcomer who didn't know what was good for him. It was a reckless waste of resources. If he didn't punish them as a warning to others, what would happen to the spirit medicine nursery if the newcomer assessment was held in the future and everyone followed suit? "All right," Meng Jueguang suddenly shouted. Before he finished his sentence, he immediately attacked Lin Yi. The powerful aura around his body was clearly visible, shocking everyone present. Middle stage foundation building. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Meng Jueguang's strength was only at the peak of the early stage foundation building, the same level as Murong Zhan. Now, he had actually broken through to the middle stage foundation building. Before the crowd could react, Meng Jueguang's claw had already reached Lin Yi's shoulder. Although he didn't use any powerful martial arts techniques, he didn't hold back at all. If Lin Yi hadn't broken through to the middle stage foundation building before this, based on his strong performance of slapping Murong Zhan in the closing battle of the challenge, Meng Jueguang might not have dared to fight him. If he couldn't defeat Lin Yi in public, then his position as the eldest senior brother would have come to an end, and he would never have a chance to make a comeback. However, now that he had an absolute advantage in terms of strength and encountered such a good excuse, if he didn't quickly teach Lin Yi, his nemesis, a lesson, then he, Meng Jueguang, would no longer be Meng Jueguang. He might as well change his name to Bitter. Today, Meng Jueguang was going to show everyone who had the final say in Blue Cloud Pavilion. Was it Lin Yi, the blind and pretentious newcomer, or was it him, Meng Jueguang, the big senior brother in charge? An expert in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, even if he did not use any powerful martial skills, he could completely crush Lin Yi's shoulder with all his might, even if Lin Yi did not take the golden elixir. Even a genuine expert at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm would suffer a great loss. However, before Meng Jueguang's claw could grab hold of him, Lin Yi's shoulder suddenly exploded with a strong burst of vital energy, catching Meng Jueguang off guard and causing him to suffer a hidden loss. Hiss. Meng Jueguang felt a wave of pain and hurriedly withdrew his hand. He was shocked and fearful in his heart, but on the surface, he put on an act and said, "Lin Yi, I'm saving you some face, so I didn't use my full strength. If you don't know what's good for you, then you will be regarded as disobeying the 3 pavilions. Don't blame me for being rude. Hehe, in that case, I really have to thank senior brother Meng for holding back. Otherwise, my shoulder would have been crippled, right?" Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and laughed. "That's for sure. Junior brother Lin, you can't be so arrogant to think that you can face a middle-stage expert alone, right?" Meng Jueguang sneered contemptuously. Middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm? He could even kill a peak late-stage Foundation Establishment realm in an instant. Why would he be afraid of a new middle-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator? Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't for everyone's eyes, he wouldn't have been able to. Just based on the fact that Meng Jueguang dared to attack him just now, he had already made a move to kill him. Since he was able to beat Yu Zhe half to death back then, dealing with Meng Jueguang was naturally not a problem. At this time, Xiao Hongcai suddenly stood up and said, "Boss, if one is not enough, how about counting me in?" Xiao Ran also opened his mouth and said, "Count me in too." Seeing the two of them jump out, the other newcomers were instantly shocked. Things seemed to be getting out of control. However, seeing this, Meng Jueguang did not get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "You want to rebel? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Capturing Lin Yi to see the Pill Hall Elder is the consensus of Pavilion Head Hu and the Pill Hall's upper echelons. From the beginning to the end, there is reason and evidence. Whoever dares to disobey will be regarded as openly rebelling. According to the 3 pavilions' rules, they can be killed without mercy." As he spoke, Meng Jueguang gave Murong Zhan and Meng Tong a look, and each of them stared at Lin Yi and the rest. This time, they had the right and proper sword in their hands. Even if they killed Lin Yi and the others, the 3 pavilions wouldn't hold them accountable. On the other hand, if Lin Yi and the others dared to fight back, they'd be committing treason. Even if they died, they'd die for nothing. Wait. Senior brother Meng, please wait, there's a misunderstanding." Seeing that the situation was not good, senior brother Ku Bai hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. He was originally a little worried about today's matter, and now, the situation had indeed developed in the most dangerous direction. Meng Jueguang had clearly set a trap for Lin Yi. For a hot-blooded young man like Lin Yi, once he lost his composure and was agitated to the point of committing a crime of rebellion, his life would be over. The 3 pavilions would not let any rebel off. Misunderstanding? Everyone saw how Lin Yi fought back just now, and now you're lying through your teeth, saying it's a misunderstanding. You're protecting him so unprincipled, aren't you? Are you ready to go along with him? Meng Jueguang casually put a big hat on him. Did you secretly sell those 40 seeds? He had already realized that this was an excellent opportunity to bury Lin Yi and the rest, including senior brother Ku Bai. Senior brother Ku Bai was suddenly speechless. He was not good with words. In this situation, if he said anything wrong, he might be killed. He did not dare to speak carelessly. Take them down. Without giving Lin Yi and the rest a chance to think of countermeasures, Meng Jueguang ordered and took the lead to attack Lin Yi again. This time, he did not underestimate his enemy, nor did he intend to hold back. Gloomy Bone Claw, 23 forms. Gloomy Bone Claw, as its name suggested, was an extremely sinister martial arts technique. It was said that when cultivated to an extremely high level, the bones of one's entire hand would begin to change shape and gradually become a real gloomy bone claw. As for Meng Jueguang, although his hand had not completely turned into a non-human claw, compared to a normal person's hand, it was already very deformed. This was a sign of strength. Meng Jueguang attacked Lin Yi again, and the other newcomers had already moved aside. Senior brother Ku Bai, Xiao Ran, and Xiao Hongcai, on the other hand, were being closely watched by Murong Zhan and Meng Tong. Although Lin Yi had always been very strong, and could even suppress Murong Zhan, a master at the peak of the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, no one at the scene would think that he was Meng Jueguang's opponent. After all, Meng Jueguang was a master in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. They were not on the same level at all. Even Li Zhangming and Zhong Pingliang couldn't help but feel a little restless. If Lin Yi really could not defeat Meng Jueguang, They would help Lin Yi even if they had to expose their identities as spies. Chapter 3888. Meng Jueguang's eyes couldn't help but twitch as he stroked his right hand, which was slightly fractured. He didn't get the upper hand again in this exchange. Lin Yi was just a kid from the secular world. Did he really have such unfathomable strength? Meng Jueguang looked at Lin Yi again with a hint of fear in his eyes. Although Lin Yi had been going against him since he came to Heaven-class Island, this was his first time fighting with Lin Yi. The result of the test also proved that Meng Tong and the others had suffered under Lin Yi's hands time and time again, and it wasn't without reason. This result made him secretly shocked, but his goal had been achieved. Brothers, Lin Yi has disobeyed the orders of the higher-ups. This is considered a rebellion. Hurry up and take down this traitor. Those who respond will be heavily rewarded. Meng Jueguang immediately called out with a cold smile. In his eyes, the fact that Lin Yi dared to defy him in front of everyone with the warning he'd given just now meant that Lin Yi was a dead man. There was no need for him to waste any more energy on him. His archenemy, who had troubled him for 4 months, actually fell for the trap so easily. The situation developed so smoothly that even Meng Jueguang himself didn't expect it. It even felt a little unreal. No matter what, he'd finally gotten rid of a huge threat today. So what if Lin Yi was strong? He was just a brainless idiot. He'd just need to set up a trap and he'd be sent to his death. As for the rest of the Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers, if they could get rid of the number 1 newcomer, Lin Yi, not only would they get the heavy reward that Meng Jueguang mentioned, but they could also get rid of this abnormality. At least they wouldn't look so useless. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just as Meng Jueguang was feeling very pleased with himself, the surrounding newcomers had surrounded Lin Yi's group. The 2 spies, Li Zhangming and Zhong Pingliang, couldn't help but want to help. Suddenly, Lin Yi smiled. Traitor. Senior brother Meng is so sinister. But I would like to ask, what is my crime? Lin Yi asked with a faint smile. Deliberately destroying the precious resources of the 3 pavilions, and disobeying the orders of the higher-ups, isn't that enough to be a traitor? Meng Jueguang snorted. Hearing this, Lin Yi smiled even more playfully. Let's not talk about the rest. Just the first one, deliberately destroying the precious resources of the 3 pavilions. Where is the evidence? Meng Jueguang sneered and didn't say anything. He extended his hand and made an inviting gesture to the spiritual flower manager. This kind of thing didn't need him to waste his breath. You clearly know that you don't have the ability to do so, but you still went ahead and warned us in advance. You insisted on choosing 40 spiritual medicine seeds, but in the end, you didn't even manage to grow a single one. Isn't that proof? The spiritual flower manager said with an unfriendly expression. Lin Yi shook his head with a light smile. Manager Ling Hua, everything you've said is correct, but there's one thing you're wrong about. What is it? Yi frowned. Not a single one has been cultivated. Who gave you this information? As far as I know, today's the deadline. We won't be able to make a decision until sundown, right? Lin Yi said seriously. Meng Jueguang was amused and said mockingly, so what? To this day, could it be that you can still conjure up living elixir seeds? If you can only make 1 or 2, I advise you not to embarrass yourself. Living spirit herb seeds could only be cultivated under special conditions in the spirit medicine nursery. So, everyone, including Meng Jueguang, had long believed that even if Lin Yi's 40 spirit herb seeds weren't completely wiped out, they were almost all dead. It was impossible to cultivate them in batches on the last day. This was something no one could do. Indeed, even Lin Yi couldn't do the latter, but the former was a piece of cake. Yi Yi and senior brother Meng, if the results I hand in can satisfy you, what will you say about today's matter? Lin Yi said with a meaningful smile. Satisfy us? Meng Jueguang looked at Lin Yi's fearless expression and couldn't help but shiver. He couldn't help but start to mutter. Did the kid really wait until today to hand over the seed? Other people wouldn't have the guts to do that, but with Lin Yi's attitude of showing off all the time, it wasn't a possibility that could be ruled out. Meng Jueguang rolled his eyes and smiled evilly. That's simple. Your subordinates, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai, have each handed in 6 spirit herb seeds. As their boss, Your results can't be worse than your subordinates, right? My request shouldn't be too much, right? What senior brother Meng means is that as long as junior brother Lin also hands over 6 living spirit herb seeds, today's matter won't be his fault, right? Senior brother Ku Bai's eyes lit up. He also knew that Lin Yi helped Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai cultivate spirit herb seeds. In his opinion, even if Lin Yi really played with fire until the last day, it shouldn't be a problem for him to take out 6 living spirit herb seeds. 6. Junior brother Ku Bai, do you have a pig's brain? Don't you understand human language? Meng Jueguang snorted coldly. Next to him, Meng Tong jumped out and said with a smile, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai were able to hand in 6 seeds when they only received 10. According to this ratio, Lin Yi has received 40 seeds, so he has to hand in at least 24 seeds. Now, do you understand my 9th cousin's meaning? When they found out that Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai had each cultivated 6 spirit herb seeds, he and Meng Jueguang suspected that the two of them must have cheated. Maybe they went outside to buy the seedlings. However, because they didn't have any evidence, they didn't say anything. Now, they could use it to trick their boss Lin Yi. Hiss. The bitter senior brother and the others immediately gasped. Out of the 40 spiritual herb seeds, they had to cultivate 24 of them to live. Even the professionals in the spirit medicine nursery couldn't do this. However, before they could refute, Meng Jueguang was already the first to say with a smile, Spirit Flower Manager, do you think this is a good way to deal with it? Since his manager Meng's subordinate, then naturally, Manager Meng has the final say. I just want an explanation. I don't want the 40 spirit herb seeds that our spirit medicine nursery has painstakingly cultivated to be wasted, the Spirit Flower Manager said with a frosty expression. He wasn't stupid. He could already tell that Meng Jueguang was using this opportunity to cause trouble. It seemed like he wanted to clean up the spirit medicine nursery. However, this had nothing to do with him. From his point of view, the only reason he came here today was to make an example out of the others. He wanted to set a rule for the newcomer assessment in the future. Chapter 3889. If Lin Yi couldn't meet this requirement, then even if he could produce a few living spiritual medicine seeds, he would still be guilty of deliberately harming precious resources. His previous act of resistance was evidence of rebellion, enough to make him die without a burial place. Senior brother Ku Guo and the others couldn't help but look at each other. This idiot actually had the cheek to say that this was business. Then, according to his standards, shouldn't Meng Tong and the others be hung up and beaten up as a warning to others? 24 seeds. Even Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai couldn't believe that Lin Yi could produce so many seeds. Meng Jueguang was planning to use this opportunity to force Lin Yi into a dead end today. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi smiled disapprovingly. 24 seeds. I thought that senior brother Meng's requirements would be very high. I didn't expect that you would only have this little insight. How disappointing. Heh. What nonsense is this fellow talking about? Meng Jueguang and the others were stunned, then their faces were full of ridicule. Lin Yi, this pretentious leader, really didn't change. Now that he was about to die, he still couldn't change his stupid character. Lin Yi didn't continue to pay attention to them. He turned around and entered the cave abode. When he came out again, he was holding a cultivation tank that was originally distributed by the Spirit Medicine Nursery. Looking at the things in the cultivation tank, Meng Jueguang and the others couldn't help but look at each other. This cultivation tank was actually filled to the brim with 10 fresh and tender seedlings. Seeing these seedlings, Meng Jueguang and the others were only shocked. However, the sissy supervisor of the spiritual flowers was completely stunned. His pair of phoenix eyes stared straight at the seedlings, full of disbelief. There are only 10 of them. There's still a long way to go. Meng Jueguang refused to give up. However, at this moment, he was feeling extremely fortunate. Fortunately, he was careful and cleverly used Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai, the two cheaters, to make an issue out of it. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have succeeded in showing off today. He secretly kept 10 seedlings and did not hand them over until the deadline. Lin Yi probably already knew that they would come and make things difficult for him. He was really cunning. However, as the saying goes, the devil rises 10. Lin Yi's good days came to an end. He could take out 10 seedlings, but could he take out 24 seedlings at once? Even if he thought with his toes, he would know that it was simply impossible unless he cheated. Senior brother Meng, when did I say that was everything? Lin Yi looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He turned around and went back into the cave. I'd like to see how long you can hold on for. Before Meng Jueguang could finish his sentence, he forcefully swallowed his words. He saw Lin Yi bring out another cultivation tank. There were another 10 seedlings on it. Holy shit! Meng Jueguang's eyeballs almost popped out. Murong Zhan, Meng Tong, and the rest all looked incredulous. They had the same question mark in their minds. How did this guy do it? Before they could question him, Lin Yi turned around and went back into the cave. When he came out again, he was carrying 2 cultivation tanks. One had 10 seedlings, while the last one had 9 seedlings. One had 10 seedlings, and the last one had 9 seedlings. A total of 39 seedlings. That should be the standard that senior brother Meng mentioned. Can we talk about what happened just now? Lin Yi's expression suddenly turned cold. He said, as the senior brother in charge of the newcomers, you attacked the newcomers without asking the right and wrong. Senior brother Meng, can you tell me what kind of crime this is? Feeling the cold murderous intent in Lin Yi's tone, even Meng Jueguang could not help but shiver. In the 3 great pavilions. Even if the other ordinary disciples attacked the newcomers, it was a serious crime. As the senior brother in charge of the newcomers, he would be punished even more if he knowingly broke the law. This was not a joke. If Lin Yi really made a big deal out of this and alerted the higher-ups of the 3 great pavilions, Meng Jueguang would not be able to bear the consequences. He would not even be able to keep his current position as the supervisor of the newcomers, let alone be promoted to the 3rd pavilion leader of the Welcome Pavilion. He would also be severely punished. By then, all his hard work over the years would be ruined. At this point, everyone present was completely shocked. They thought that Lin Yi was going to be the unlucky one, but in the blink of an eye, the situation had changed completely. A total of 39 fresh and tender spiritual herb seedlings. Lin Yi's counterattack was too sudden. It was a slap to the face. Hehe, boss is mighty. Let's see what you idiots have to say now. Xiao Hongzai, senior brother Ku Bai, and Xiao Ran looked at each other and laughed proudly. Meng Jueguang became anxious when he saw that everyone's eyes were starting to change, as if they were going to scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. He suddenly had an idea and shouted, "Wait! You only received 40 spirit herb seeds, but now you suddenly took out 39 seedlings. I have every reason to suspect that you are cheating." Cheating? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows non-committally. You have to be responsible for what you say. I advise senior brother Meng to think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, apart from attacking a newcomer and adding malicious slander, don't blame me for being merciless. Meng Jueguang thought that he had grasped the last life-saving straw. He snorted with certainty. It just so happens that the spiritual flower supervisor is here. Whether it is cheating or not, he has the right to say it. 40 spiritual herb seeds, but 39 seedlings were produced in the end. Furthermore, they were all one-off. If this was not cheating, Meng Jueguang was even willing to twist his head off and let Lin Yi kick it like a ball. From his point of view, these 39 seedlings of Lin Yi might have been bought from somewhere at a low price to make up the number. Alright, then let the spiritual flower supervisor decide. Lin Yi laughed softly and nodded calmly. While the two were talking, the spirit flower manager, the sissy, was completely immersed in the 39 seedlings Lin Yi had brought out, unable to pull himself out of it. It was only after a long while that he came back to his senses, holding his forehead with a cry. Under Meng Jueguang's ardent gaze, the spiritual flower supervisor's gaze swept between him and Lin Yi before he said, 40 spiritual herb seeds to grow 39 seedlings. Not to mention the simple and crude environment of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, even in the most suitable environment of the Spirit Medicine Nursery, with the best professionals handling it, it would still be impossible to achieve such a high survival rate. Did you hear that? This is what the spiritual flower supervisor, the chief specialist of the Spirit Medicine Nursery, personally said. Meng Jueguang said proudly. Chapter 3890. The supervisor of Spirit Flower took a deep look at him and continued, "These seedlings seem to have been growing for a while, and their quality is very good. The spiritual herb seeds provided to the newcomers were cultivated in batches to be congenitally deficient. In theory, no matter how good the outside environment is, it's impossible to grow seedlings of such quality. This is also something that no one can do. Well, now Lin Yi, what else do you have to say?" In Meng Jueguang's view, the 2 points mentioned by the supervisor of Spirit Flower had completely confirmed the fact that Lin Yi had cheated. Cheating in the crucial newcomer assessment didn't sound as serious as rebellion, but it was also a serious crime. In this way, Lin Yi's name would at least be blacklisted by the 3 pavilions, and he would never be able to make a name for himself in the North Island in this life. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi frowned and looked at Meng Jueguang, saying, "Senior brother Meng, the supervisor of Spirit Flower is a guest from afar, and his status and power are no less than yours. Don't you think it's rude of you to interrupt him like this?" "What the hell?" Meng Jueguang almost spat out blood. In front of everyone, he was called rude by Lin Yi, a newcomer in the secular world. It was so intolerable. "Lin Yi, don't try to change the subject. According to what the supervisor of Spirit Flower just said, you've already been convicted of cheating. Let's see how you can defend yourself now." Meng Jueguang couldn't help but swear. "I've been convicted of cheating?" Lin Yi was instantly amused. "Senior brother Meng, you just said that the supervisor of Spirit Flower has the most right to speak here. Why can't you wait to jump out and pronounce the sentence before the supervisor of Spirit Flower says anything? Slap yourself in the face. Isn't this our senior brother Meng's specialty?" Qiao Hongzai, who was standing beside him, said with a smile. Meng Jueguang's face darkened again. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he could only suppress his anger and maintain his composure. "All right, then I'll have to trouble Supervisor Ling Hua to pronounce the sentence. Today, I'll let you die knowing." Everyone's eyes focused back on the Spirit Flower steward. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Fine. Then let me tell you the result. This junior brother Lin Yi, he did not cheat." "Quack. He didn't cheat." Meng Jueguang and the crowd were dumbfounded. He pointed at Lin Yi and stammered, "How? How is this possible? Manager Ling Hua, you couldn't have made a mistake, right?" The spiritual flower manager shook her head and said in a similarly incredulous tone, "To be honest, I also find it hard to believe. However, these 39 seedlings were indeed grown from that batch of seeds. This cannot be faked." "Why?" Meng Jueguang quickly asked. "Because these seeds were all marked with the vital energy unique to the spirit medicine nursery. No one can imitate it. Therefore, we can confirm that junior brother Lin Yi did not cheat," the spiritual flower steward said with certainty. "Did you hear that? Senior brother Meng, what else do you have to say?" Lin Yi immediately sneered. He had already noticed the vital energy mark on the seeds when he was channeling vital energy into them. That was why he dared to do that today. Even if the spiritual flower steward and Meng Jueguang were in cahoots, he was not afraid. However, from what the spiritual flower steward had said, he and Meng Jueguang were not the same kind of people. This saved him a lot of trouble. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Meng Jueguang was in a difficult position this time. Not only did he frame his new subordinate, he even attacked him recklessly. If this accusation was pursued, it would be a serious one. Everyone can testify for me. I was wholeheartedly working for the public. Even if there was a mistake along the way, it's understandable. The higher-ups will definitely look into every detail. Lin Yi, don't think of framing a good person." Meng Jueguang was at a loss for words. However, he still stubbornly said, "Framing a good person? From what you said, you're framing my boss Lin Yi. What do you mean by that?" Qiao Hongzai was instantly angered. This Meng Jueguang was too shameless. "Spiritual flower steward, you were a witness from the beginning to the end. What do you say?" Lin Yi ignored Meng Jueguang and turned to look at the spiritual flower steward. Regarding today's matter, Steward Meng was indeed a little rash. He was at fault first. The spiritual flower steward immediately made his stand clear. Today, he had followed Kang Mingming here with the intention of working for the public. He was not in the same boat as Meng Jueguang. Naturally, there was no need for him to take the blame for Meng Jueguang. All right. I will report this matter to the higher-ups. I hope that the spiritual flower steward can speak up for justice. Lin Yi cupped his hands and said. The spiritual flower steward glanced at Meng Jueguang. Normal people would not do something like offending someone for no reason. However, he still nodded and said, all right. However, Junior Lin Yi, can you tell me how you cultivated these seedlings? It's hard to imagine the survival rate of such good quality. I'm very curious. As the head steward of the Spirit Herb Nursery, the only thought on his mind right now was to figure out the secrets on Lin Yi's body. Out of the 40 seeds that were congenitally deficient, he had managed to grow 39 seedlings of good quality. It was an exaggeration to say that the survival rate was close to 100%. If he wasn't moved by this, then he wouldn't have earned his position today. If he could get his hands on this secret, it would be equivalent to getting a huge treasure for the Spirit Medicine Nursery. Not to mention offending a mere Meng Jueguang, even offending the head of the Welcome Pavilion, Hu Yunfeng, wouldn't be a problem. Spirit Flower Steward, you should know that this is a hidden trump card. Even the spiritual herb planters in the Spirit Medicine Nursery wouldn't share it easily, would they? Lin Yi rejected without hesitation. That's true. I was being rude. The spiritual flower steward couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes, but he didn't give up. Then, if there's a chance, Junior Lin Yi, would you like to work in the Spirit Medicine Nursery? Of course, you can also work in the Elixir Hall. Don't worry about the salary. Everything is negotiable. Well, we'll see how it goes, Lin Yi said non-committally. Right now, he was just a newbie in the Welcome Pavilion. As for his future development, he could only take it one step at a time. His main goal was to go to the Middle Island and find Zhong Liju. If it could be of some help, then he wouldn't mind working anywhere. But if it was of no benefit, then he could only politely decline. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't seem to be particularly tempted, the spiritual flower steward couldn't help but look at him in a higher light. Neither arrogant nor rash. This Lin Yi was quite interesting. Chapter 3891. My pleasure, Kang Mingming said eagerly. Although he had Shu Lingchong behind him, he still wanted to enter the Hall of Pills in the future, and this Spirit Flower Manager was considered a mid-level member of the Hall of Pills, and it was said that he had a powerful background. If he could form a good relationship with him, it would be a good thing. He specially invited this person over today, other than to discuss how to deal with Lin Yi with Meng Jueguang. The other reason was to curry favor. Now that his first goal had failed, he had to grasp the remaining one, in case he got nothing. Unexpectedly, just as Kang Mingming was about to flatter him, the Spirit Flower Manager already pointed at the 4 cultivation tanks Lin Yi took out. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Kang to help me move them back to the Spirit Medicine Nursery. Remember to come alone, I have something urgent to do, so I'll be leaving first. With that, the Spirit Flower Manager swaggered away, leaving Kang Mingming staring at the 4 huge cultivation tanks alone. When he came back to his senses, he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He could only look to Zhong Pingliang for help. The Spirit Flower Manager said that only you can go. I can't help even if I want to. Zhong Pingliang shrugged, secretly gloating. Lin Yi and the others laughed. Although this Spirit Flower Manager was a sissy, he was a clever person. In order to show his innocence, he cut ties with Kang Mingming and used this kind of thing to disgust Kang Mingming. Only he could think of something like this. The culture tank wasn't heavy, but it was big. Plus, the seedlings inside couldn't be bumped or damaged. If someone really took 4 of them all the way to the Spirit Medicine Nursery 20 miles away, even someone like Kang Jiaoming, who was at the early stage of foundation establishment, would be in a difficult position. Serves him right. This kind of bastard deserved to be dealt with like this. The Spirit Flower Manager left, and Kang Mingming stumbled away with the 4 cultivation tanks. As for the main character, Meng Jueguang, he was given the cold shoulder, and even had to wait anxiously for someone to settle the score. It was a good show. Just like that, Lin Yi had dealt with it so easily. It really made the crowd who were watching the show deeply understand what it meant to be the #1 rookie. This was not the end of the matter. With the help of his bitter senior brother, Lin Yi divided the complaint into 3 parts and simultaneously sent them to the higher-ups of 3 places: the Welcoming Pavilion, the Law Enforcement Hall, and the Blue Cloud Pavilion. This time, it was finally Meng Jueguang's turn to be restless. Framing a newcomer and rashly making a move, this crime was no joke. If this complaint was only sent to Hu Yunfeng's hands, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, Hu Yunfeng was one of his own people, and he would definitely protect him. But, if it was someone from the Enforcement Hall and Clear Cloud Pavilion's upper echelons, he, Meng Jueguang, wouldn't be able to hook up with them. In addition, the spiritual flower caretaker had also stepped forward to testify for Lin Yi. If they were to go by the book, Meng Jueguang would be the one to do it this time. Even if he didn't die, a layer of his skin would be peeled off. 3 days later, all the rookies in the Welcoming Pavilion gathered at the back mountain hall. The 5th round of the rookie assessment was about to begin. Before the pavilion master, Hu Yunfeng officially announced the start. The rookies gathered in groups of 2s and 3s and chatted. Junior brother Lin, I asked senior brother Lu to find someone to help me inquire about this matter regarding the lawsuit against Meng Jueguang. I'm afraid it's going to fall through, sigh. Senior brother Bitter said to Lin Yi with a frown. Although he was an honest person, he had been oppressed by Meng Jueguang for too long. In terms of resentment towards Meng Jueguang, he was definitely the one with the deepest resentment. This time, he finally managed to get hold of the other party's weakness. Senior brother Bitter really hoped to make Meng Jueguang suffer, or even directly step on him. However, the news that came from above these 2 days made his heart sink. Hu Yunfeng did not have much hope for the 3 papers of complaint. It was just a formality. However, the Law Enforcement Hall and the Blue Cloud Pavilion also put on a stance of holding back, which made people's jaws drop. Actually, there's nothing to be disappointed about. This was already expected. Lin Yi shook his head indifferently. Unlike senior brother Bitter, he did not expect Meng Jueguang to really be severely punished by the higher-ups. After all, he had Shu Lingchong backing him up. For the sake of Shu Yuanjing, the 3rd elder of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, as long as it was not a big matter, they would more or less give him some face. It couldn't be helped. Where there were people, there would be underworld. This was the underworld of Heaven Stage Island. Therefore, this time, when senior brother Bitter sent out the 3 complaints, Lin Yi's real purpose was just to make a warning to Meng Jueguang and his subordinates, so that they would not dare to be so unscrupulous again. After all, there would always be a time when favors were useless. Shu Lingchong could protect him this time. Would he protect him a 2nd time or a 3rd time? Not to mention whether Meng Jueguang would give him face. If Meng Jueguang was really stupid to this point, this young Master Shu would probably have kicked him away long ago. There was no need to save him. Boss, look, Meng Jueguang's eyes are already green when he looks at you. It's like he wants to skin you alive. Qiao Hongcai chuckled. Lin Yi laughed. Let him be, but this guy isn't an idiot. He'll learn from his mistakes, and I don't think he'll dare come looking for trouble in the open after what I did to him. At most, he'll use underhanded methods like before. Underhanded means? Meng Jueguang is a living tragedy in front of our boss. When did he take advantage? If his hand comes, his hand will be broken. If his leg comes, his leg will be broken. If his skull comes, he will be smashed into pieces. Qiao Hongcai curled her lips and sneered. The bitter senior brother and Xiao Ran couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Qiao Hongcai's words were crude, but the logic was not crude. Qiao Hongcai's witty words were really the same when used on Meng Jueguang. It was a tragedy. However, the next assessment is in the outer area of the back mountain. Just like the previous newcomer trial, the 3 of you still have to be careful. Otherwise, it will be easy for others to take advantage of you. The bitter senior couldn't help but remind them. It's better if he comes looking for trouble. I haven't taken revenge for the last time. This time, I must get back at him. Qiao Hongcai clenched his fist and snorted. In the previous newcomer trial, he was the most miserable one among them. If it was not for Lin Yi's timely appearance at the last moment, he and Xiao Ran might not have survived. Xiao Ran at least had the shadow step to struggle for his life, but he, Qiao Hongcai, would definitely die. Now, the newcomer trial was changed to the newcomer assessment. The location was also in the outer area of the back mountain, but the strength of the enemy was completely reversed. Chapter 3892. While everyone was talking, everyone was already in place. Hu Yunfeng immediately announced, the 5th round of the newcomer assessment, the spiritual beast trial. I believe that all the newcomers are familiar with this mission. It is to capture a spiritual beast as your pet. In the cultivation world of Heaven Stage Island, spiritual beasts as pets were extremely common. Any expert with a bit of strength would definitely have a spiritual beast with them. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Miss Shangguan's little curly bear was a living example. Regarding this, the newcomers present were already envious. However, firstly, their strength was low, and secondly, they did not have the extra spiritual jades to raise a spiritual beast. They could not even satisfy the most basic requirement of taming a spiritual beast, a spiritual pet talisman. Therefore, they could only think about it for the time being. Spiritual pet talisman was the most common and reliable way to tame a spiritual beast on Heaven Stage Island. However, the price was not low. Even the lowest level spiritual pet talisman would cost at least 100 spiritual jades in the market. Other than the second-generation cultivators in Soaring Sky Pavilion, the other newcomers could not afford it. After a pause, Hu Yunfeng continued, this time spiritual beast assessment will last for a month. The location will still be the periphery of the back mountain. Before you set off, each of you will be given a low-level spiritual pet talisman. After a month, the points will be evaluated. As for the specific evaluation method and some things to take note of, Manager Meng Jueguang will introduce it to everyone. Seeing Meng Jueguang walk up the stage in high spirits to Hu Yunfeng's side, the newcomers were all confused. This guy was just a newcomer manager of Blue Cloud Pavilion, but there were all the newcomers from the 3 pavilions present. What was the situation with him going up to introduce them? For this kind of thing, even if Pavilion Master Hu Yunfeng did not personally introduce them, there was still second Pavilion Master Feng Song. At the very least, Kang Ming, the newcomer manager, would be more reasonable than Meng Jueguang, right? However, Lin Yi and the others were well aware of this. Meng Jueguang was about to be promoted to the position of the 3rd Pavilion Master of the Welcoming Pavilion. Now that it was already a foregone conclusion, Hu Yunfeng was clearly doing Meng Jueguang a favor by doing this, so that Meng Jueguang could show his face and establish his prestige in the future. I was wondering why this guy was dressed so pretentiously today, like a duck that was going to be sold. Looks like he's planning this, Qiao Hongcai said with a strange expression on his face as he curled his lips at Lin Yi's group. Lin Yi nodded and said, it's probably because they saw that Meng Jueguang has been forced into such a sorry state by us for the past 2 days, so they took this opportunity to save some face for him. Otherwise, even if he takes the position of 3rd Pavilion Master, he will still be disgraced. Alas, when I think about how senior brother Lu was pushed away by him, I can't help but sigh. I feel uncomfortable in my heart. If he really stabilizes the position of 3rd Pavilion Master, I'm afraid he'll be even more overbearing in the future. Senior brother Ku Bai sighed when he heard this. However, Lin Yi patted his shoulder and comforted him with a smile. Senior brother Ku Bai, you don't have to be too pessimistic. Every dog has its day. When the time comes, who knows who will be lucky and who will be unlucky? Just wait and see. Clearing his throat on the stage, Meng Jueguang then said with a solemn face, the evaluation of the points in this round of the Spirit Beast assessment is divided into 2 aspects. The first is the points of the Spirit Beast level, and the second is the points of the Spirit Beast strength. The 2 points add up to the final points of this round. Looking at Meng Jueguang's pretentious behavior, the audience couldn't help but feel sick. However, due to their own interests, they could only endure the disgust and continue listening. The so-called points of the Spirit Beast level were based on the level of the Spirit Beast captured by each newcomer. Each level corresponded to different points. Unranked 5 points, Yellow 10 points, Profound 15 points. Earth-ranked 20 points, Heaven 25 points. As for those above the Heaven stage, it was impossible because the low-level Spirit Pet Talisman that the Welcome Pavilion issued to the newcomers could at most subdue Heaven stage perfect Spirit Beasts. For those at the foundation establishment stage, a mid-level spirit pet talisman was needed. The low-level spirit pet talisman could not guarantee the effect at all. The so-called points of the spirit beast strength were to let the spirit beasts that the newcomers subdued fight with each other. The rules were completely different from the newcomer challenge. It was a simpler and clearer single-round elimination system. The newcomers of the 3 pavilions would draw lots to determine their opponents. Every time they won a round, they would get 10 points of the spirit beast strength. The loser would be eliminated. The highest points of the spirit beast level were 25 points, and the highest points of the spirit beast strength were 40 points. Added together, it was the theoretical highest points of the spirit beast assessment round, 65 points. Compared to the previous 4 rounds, the theoretical points were not high, but for the newcomers, this round was undoubtedly the most practical and exciting round. Even if they did not mention the points, they could at least earn a spirit pet for free, so why not? After explaining the rules of the points, Meng Jueguang reminded them one last time, newcomers, because this assessment round is at the periphery of the back mountain, everything must be done according to the rules of the back mountain hall. Do not do anything stupid like touching the prohibition. Also, the back mountain is strictly prohibited for anyone to casually enter or leave, and you are no exception. So although the Spirit Beast assessment has a month, if you leave midway, it means that you have given up the remaining opportunities and will not be able to enter the back mountain again. After hearing this, the newcomers immediately began to discuss. Even Lin Yi could not help but squint his eyes. They gave enough time for a month, but they did not allow anyone to casually enter or leave. This arrangement was a bit interesting. For an entire month, there was only one low-grade spirit pet charm. One chance would be gone once it was used up, so the rookies naturally chose to wait and see. After all, good steel should be used on the blade's edge. If they were to waste it on inferior spirit beasts, wouldn't it be a waste? However, after hearing Meng Jueguang's words, the newcomers had no choice but to readjust their strategy. The back mountain was filled with ferocious beasts. Even if it was just the periphery, it was still a dangerous place. This was something that the newcomers had experienced during the previous rookie trial. In such a place, almost no one could rest well. If they stayed for too long, they would tire themselves out. When the time came, not to mention capturing a spirit pet, they might even lose their lives. As such, between the risks and benefits, the newcomers had to weigh the pros and cons in their hearts. In the end, to capture a spirit pet and leave quickly, or to risk their lives to wander around a few rounds, this was a dilemma that every newcomer had to face. If they were lucky, they might receive a gift from the heavens, but if they were unlucky, their lives would be in danger. Alright, the rules and precautions have been explained clearly. Newcomers, if there are no other questions, come over to collect the spirit pet charm and prepare to set off. Hu Yunfeng said. Chapter 3893. However, although the distance between them was very far, and the possibility of them meeting each other was very small, there was still an entire month's time. If someone really wanted to cross over, there was still a chance of them meeting each other. Boss, how are we going to move this time? Separate or together? Xiao Hongcai asked softly. Due to the long duration of the assessment, it was unrealistic for rookies from the same pavilion to be separated. Therefore, the rookie placement was not as strict as the previous rookie trial. If rookies wished to form a team, they could request to be placed together. Lin Yi thought about it, then said to Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai, for the sake of caution, let's go together first. The previous experience was still fresh in Lin Yi's mind. As soon as he went down, he encountered 2 extremely powerful foundation establishment stage spirit beasts. If it was any other newcomer, they would probably wet their pants on the spot. It was almost certain that they would lose their lives. There was obviously something fishy about this arrangement. Lin Yi was afraid that the other party would use the same trick again. Although he was fine, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai might not be able to handle it. Moreover, Meng Jueguang now had Murong Zhan, an expert at the peak of the early foundation establishment stage. If she joined forces with Meng Tong and the others to attack together, they would be a very big threat. They had to be careful about this. After the 3 of them finished discussing, they were released by the staff of the back mountain hall. As expected, As soon as the three of them landed on the top of the tree, they realized that something was wrong. The place where the three of them had landed looked like a huge tree nest, and a spirit beast was crouching in the tree nest. It looked like some kind of eagle spirit beast. "Oh, it feels like it's in the early heaven stage. Boss, our luck is not bad." Xiao Hongcai's eyes lit up. Just as he said, this eagle did not look very strong at first glance. It was in the early heaven stage. For this spiritual beast assessment, it was simply a tailor-made spiritual pet delivered to their doorstep. To be able to meet such a suitable choice as soon as he landed, his luck was really not just for show. However, when Xiao Ran saw this scene, he said with some hesitation, "This doesn't feel right. Something is indeed wrong. This guy is just a cub." Lin Yi said with a wry smile. The eagle in front of him was too familiar. It looked exactly the same as the ghost-eyed golden eagle he saw last time. Ha! Early heaven rank, and it's still a cub. How ferocious would an adult be? Xiao Hongcai was shocked. Even though he had always been courageous, when he saw the chirping little condor in front of him, his eyes flinched a little. If I'm not mistaken, this thing is called a ghost-eyed golden eagle. An adult's strength is at least in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. It might even be stronger than this, Lin Yi said with some fear in his tone. The ghost-eyed golden eagle he encountered last time was in the middle stage of foundation establishment, but it did not mean that it was the limit of their clan's strength. It was entirely possible that they were stronger than this. Hiss. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai both sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Above the middle stage of foundation establishment, what the fuck, how could they deal with it? One had to know. Even at the same level, the actual combat power of many spirit beasts was far above that of human cultivators. Especially the ghost-eyed golden eagle, which was an overlord-level bird of prey in the sky, it was simply a natural fighting race. It was almost invincible in the same level. If there was really a ghost-eyed golden eagle in the middle stage of foundation establishment, the three of them did not have the confidence to fight it at all. Lin Yi might have a chance to save his life, but Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai. Then they were really not far from death. Originally, the space in the jade pendant was guarded by the ghost thing. Even if they really provoked an existence like the ghost-eyed golden eagle. Lin Yi was not worried, but what made him helpless was that after the ghost thing heard about the contents of the spirit beast trial, it had already made it clear that it would not intervene, unless Lin Yi himself was in a fatal threat. This matter was not difficult to understand. Although the ghost thing was now only a spirit, it was, after all, an elder of the spirit beast clan. Usually, it helped Lin Yi to intimidate other spirit beasts, but if it said that it helped human cultivators like Lin Yi to subdue spirit pets, it was a bit unreasonable. If these spirit beasts were willing to follow humans, then he had nothing to say, but the problem was that they were going to use the spirit pet talisman to subdue the spirit beasts, which was completely against the will of the spirit beasts. The ghost thing could already be considered open-minded if it did not jump out and kill them. If they wanted him to help them, then it was simply a fool's dream. It's not good to stay here for a long time, let's retreat first. Lin Yi suggested. Xiao Ran immediately nodded in agreement. The young ghost-eyed golden eagle in the early stage of heaven stage in front of him was not scary, but if they continued to stay here, there was no telling when the adult ghost-eyed golden eagle would come, and then it would be big trouble. However, Xiao Hongcai's footsteps were a little hesitant, looking quite reluctant to leave. You don't want to subdue it, do you? Lin Yi asked with a twitch of his eyelids. Xiao Hongcai was silent for a moment, took a deep breath and said, Boss, you two go first, I want to stay and try. What? Hongcai, are you kidding? Xiao Ran was taken aback. At this time, even if he hurriedly ran, he might not be able to guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed. This guy actually wanted to subdue the young in front of him. It was like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. He must be crazy. Lin Yi also frowned. This is not a small matter, Hongcai, you have to think clearly. If we run now, the ghost-eyed golden eagle may not chase after us, but if you subdue its young, then it will definitely not rest until you die. At that time, the consequences will be 9 out of 10. In human society, subduing a young was no different from abducting a child. Once the parents found out, they would definitely retaliate crazily, and it was the same for the ghost-eyed golden eagle. With the ghost-eyed golden eagle's strength and mobility, if Qiao Hongcai was really targeted by it in the periphery of the back mountain, it would already be very optimistic to say that 9 out of 10 would be a dead end, and 10 out of 10 would be a bloody reality. Boss, I know, but the stronger the adult, the more precious this young, isn't it? I really don't want to let go of such a good opportunity, even if I have to risk my life for it. Qiao Hongcai said with a resolute expression. At first sight of this little eagle, Qiao Hongcai had the impulse to subdue it, and after knowing that this was a ghost-eyed golden eagle, and that the adult's strength was at least above the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage, this impulse became even stronger. One must know that he was a grassroots loose cultivator with no background, and if he had not met Lin Yi, perhaps he would be in the same situation as Cha Wu, who was at the bottom of the ladder, and it would be difficult for him to have a chance to turn things around. As for high-grade spiritual pets, that was even more wishful thinking.